2 weeks, hasn't it? There it is, streaming live onto YouTube. Welcome to, this is the work session of Centerville City being held at 5:30 a.m. February 2nd, 2021. And it looks, let's do, I'm working off a new computer here, so I'm going to be learning it. Yeah, let's do a little roll call. Councilman Ince.
Present.
Councilman McEwen.
Present.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Present.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Present.
And Councilwoman Fillmore. Oh, she's there by phone, I think. She told me she might be a bit late, but I see her phone. So we have a quorum one way or another. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So just let me do the quote. Maybe you guys have all memorized it, but I haven't yet. In accordance with Utah Code 52-4-2074 of the Utah Open and Public Meeting Act, I have determined that conducting an electronic meeting of the Centerville City Council with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based on the facts and circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Considering the continued number of COVID-19 case counts in Utah, meeting in an anchor location presents substantial risk to the health and safety of those in attendance because physical distancing measures may be difficult to maintain at City Hall. Thank you, everyone. All right, so on our work session tonight, and we're going to be working fast and furious because at 6:30 we have a RDA meeting as well. So on our work session, we have two items: cemetery funding and ballot initiative discussion, and the truth in taxation property tax increase discussion. If you just a quick recall for you, last time we met in a work session, we also talked in relation to the cemetery, the upright headstones. We got through that issue. There's an ordinance on our city council meeting later on that one. So we've got through that one. So this is now to discuss further where we started into as far as options for funding of the cemetery, and specifically a ballot initiative, which would then be followed with the bonding. So in our materials, we see some of the requirements and regulations of a ballot initiative, and also some bond examples as well. So anything else from staff at all before we start discussing that you want to say on that, Brant, or anyone else?
Just thinking about where we are, I'll kick off the conversation, and we can go from there. I guess based on our previous conversation from 2 weeks ago, I'm feeling that there really is two options here, and that is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing anything, but the two options seem to be potentially the bowl area up on the hillside as a potential location, or starting to work closely with property owners within the city here in the valley, and trying to work with purchasing the property to hopefully try to avoid eminent domain. But those are essentially the two options that I see from my standpoint going forward, with the most reasonable option being that of starting to really strategically work with property owners to acquire the best property and purchase the property for fair market value. I think that would be the preferred route, but of course that's my recommendation, or I should say, staff recommendation at this point. But of course, that's entirely up to where this council would like to take this conversation, because there are other options, of course. But that's all I need to share at this point, unless Bruce has anything else you'd like to add.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Sure.
When you say bowl area, there is the bowl area, and there is an area that has been identified, I thought was further south, where access would actually probably be through Bountiful. Bowl area would be, I think, pretty unpopular in the city. That
Agreed.
Further south property would not bear that stigma.
There's a lot of, go ahead, sorry.
Is your bowl area bowl particular, or is it just up on the east property?
It'd be up on the east property. The area that we have discussed, I don't know if Councilmember Meekum has had an opportunity, but I don't know much about that area and if it's viable. Of course, there is that complication of requiring really a partnership with Bountiful to acquire the property that might create a little bit of a challenge. I'm not dismissing that property at all. I just don't have enough information.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
And Councilman, that's something that, yeah, we need to probably pursue as well too, determine that further south area. Councilman Meekum and I talked about that. Maybe Brandon and I have a meeting with the city manager and mayor of Bountiful. As you know, I told them I'd reached out to them and said I wanted to talk to them with them about it, but that was some time ago. They were open to do it, but so we would have to see. I mean, before I did that with them, I wanted to pinpoint the area and determine if we felt that slope, etc., irrigation, if it was a feasible spot for a cemetery.
Yeah, I think we would need to go up there with Kevin Campbell. I've talked to Randy about it. I've talked to Kevin about it. I've talked to Corey about it. Nobody's really sure exactly where we're talking. And so I think we would need to physically go up there and have them look at it and see that it's a possibility before we go on with Bountiful, that if it's, if the elevation, the slope is okay, and then how long a road it would take to, so the property is ours, but in order to get a road in there wouldn't be ours. I did talk to one of them the one day, and we did wonder about coming in on the other side. The road would be shorter, but would literally take us going up there with 2 or 3 of them that know that, and then go to Bountiful, I think, if it's a possibility. I would also love to maybe go to some property owners here in Centerville and say, hey, we're serious, but we're serious about buying your property, and we're serious enough that we're willing to put this on the ballot and see if we could come up with maybe even a contract of, if this bond passes, then, we would be willing to pay this much money for this piece of property. I think it'd be a lot easier to get that bond to pass if we said, hey, we've got this piece of property, we've got 6 acres, we can buy it for this much money, and here it is if the bond passed.
Well, to that point, Robin, if we do that, I would want to make sure that the fair market value of the property is the same that you get under a situation of eminent domain. I don't want a property owner saying, hey, the city's good, they're going for 5 million, my stuff is worth 600,000 an acre, when actually the market value is $350,000 an acre. As long as there was price equity in it, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, and we have to do that. My understanding, Brent and Lisa, correct? I mean, we have to buy at market value.
Right.
Yeah. And Councilman McEwen, you bring up a great point out, Councilman Meekum. If we put it on a ballot and it passes and they want it done, then we better have an owner that's willing to sell. Otherwise, they pass this and the residents are expecting some property for a cemetery, and if you don't have somebody willing to sell, then you're at eminent domain at that situation.
And I don't think I would be willing to go eminent domain. I just can't see myself doing that. I don't know
Not me either.
how the rest of the council feels.
Nope, I'm not in favor.
Well, I think
if we're going to put something on the ballot, we need to have a property owner that we're already working with, because I think a contract that says if we can get the money and the citizens want to do it, then we've got a property owner, and property owner, we're in this if the citizens want to do it, but I'm not willing to do it under other circumstances.
Well, the reason I keep pushing for a ballot initiative is that we keep coming back to the discussion that this is important. And, lining up a property owner, I think is great, but I think it's more necessary for us to know if the citizens are willing to pay for it. And if they're not willing to pay for it, then the discussion is over, we're out of space, we're done. I'm not opposed to doing the legwork either direction. I just think that if we do all the legwork, we twist somebody's arm nicely into a contract, and then the citizens say, I'm not interested in this, then that's a lot of effort that was put forth without actually result. So I'm almost of, it's the classic, cart horse problem. To me, unless we have an affirmative from the citizens they're willing to pay for it, the rest of it is moot.
Yeah, you're right. Cart horse, chicken and the egg type of deal. It really is.
So
And
really,
Mr. Mayor,
how
Kevin has
council
popped on.
wants to handle it.
Kevin might be able to address that area to the south. I'm wondering if that's why he popped onto the screen.
And Kevin, when you do, can you talk about any drainage issues? Because the last hillside tour we had, all Randy did was point drainage. So could you add that to the context?
Yes, so in general, if you've been up to the area, the city owns as far south to, there's kind of a minor ravine just south of the V. I forget what that little ravine is called, but there's a rock weir structure at about Firebreak Road at that ravine. That's about as far south as the city owns. In general, the grades up there are a little bit, there's not as much of a shelf, I guess I should say. The south half or 3/4 as there is in that larger bowl area. That bowl area is a little bit flatter for a wider east to west stretch. So yes, you could, focus on the area more to the south. You might just end up with a narrower, narrower rows of plots. To answer the drainage question, the drainage project is planned to go all the way to the rock weir. So it's planned to go all the way to the south property line approximately of the city's property, so that we can pick up that water, and we're picking up our own drainage off our own property and not putting those folks down below there in those cul-de-sacs in jeopardy.
Kevin, that ravine, coming in from the Bountiful side, is it even possible to get over the ravine?
It is. I've looked at it a little bit. I think you'd be better off coming off the Firebreak Road than the Cheese Park. I think if you come in north of the Cheese Park, you're going to be pretty steep. But if you go up above there, there's a road that connects to the Firebreak Road. It's kind of a dead end stub, Bountiful city street that I think you could improve and maybe just pave it kind of a narrow stretch with some shoulders, so that if you had to pass people, you could. But I think we'd have to look at it and study it. But I think the upper Firebreak Road is the grades are better, and it's a more direct route to this area.
So you're picturing there's an access off of a potentially eroded Bountiful a little further north of Cheese Park then, right?
It's actually kind of east and a little bit south. So
Okay.
I wish I had Google pulled up, but there's a stub dead end road kind of where that fire got some of those homes, but
Hey, could we get Brand to put up Google, just the satellite, and we can take a look at that, because I know people don't know where we're talking about.
I am working on it. It's I've got to give some permissions before I can get there. So just give me 1 second. I've been working on it for a minute. So give me a sec. I'll get it up. But I'd keep discussing other things. It might take me a minute.
That would be a situation if we're going in through a Bountiful cul-de-sac that'd obviously be a vote of their council over there, and taking cars through their residential areas up to the cemetery.
yeah, it's a stub street that the fire folks used. It connects directly to the Fire Break Road. Let's see, so if you go south,
That that cul-de-sac right there is where the fire was, right? The one at the bottom of the screen, isn't it? Or is it the one at the top of the screen?
so if you go west and north, I apologize. There's a stub road there. Oh, maybe I've driven it with Randy, and we come out right on a bountiful city street. So there it is there. Yeah, it's further south than I remember it, but that Fire Break Road comes right out on a bountiful city street, not a cul-de-sac, but that dead end street. Yes, just right there is where it comes out onto bountiful city street.
And Kevin, how long do you anticipate the road being to get to the area? I mean, we're popping around between some different scale here, but.
I haven't looked at that. I'd have to look at that length, and yeah, Brant can pick that up. It is quite a bit longer. So maybe you would be better going, even though it's steeper. Maybe that would be a better option. I wasn't thinking that was quite so far to the south, but when Randy and I have driven the Fire Break Road, that's usually where we've come out. But
Just out of curiosity, if I can interrupt, Kevin.
Go ahead.
The property right there where the road is bountiful. What's the nature of that property? Is it possible we could work some kind of a deal with Bountiful? Is it steep there or is it flat?
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
No harm in asking.
City and see if that's in their incorporated city, and if they, if they would work with us on, maybe it does from this. I don't know how steep. If we could keep it less than 12%, maybe the road just north of the Cheese Park would be better. The other's quite a bit longer. It would be flatter, but you'd be quite a bit more expense probably.
So
not to hold you to a price, Kevin, but could you give us even a rough estimate of what that would be road-wise based on this distance that they're drawing on the screen of 1,300 feet?
I could get something to Brant, real general, and it's going to depend on, if you want a 12-foot paved road or do you want 24 feet. Yeah, I better not take a stab at that without a little more info.
So that's fair enough. So if you go up that hollow road, that twin hollow road, how far have you looked at the area north of there, Kevin, as far as how, I mean, that's 1,300 feet there, but how much farther do we have to go till we get to potential cemetery space?
So when you get to the Centerville property south line, you've got to go to the east to get up to that bowl area about right in there. Maybe zoom in. So that flat spot is where your middle measurement is. So we'd have to get to that, up to that flat tier. And you have some width there to where you could, again, you wouldn't have as much width as you do in the South Bowl recreation area, but there is some width there that you could, maybe it'd be kind of long and skinny. But there is a flat tier there.
I think right now what I'm more curious about is, as a council, what we think the process should look like in the order. I mean, it is of course great to figure out what all of our possibilities are. But to George's point earlier, I agree. I think it puts the property owners that we might be negotiating with in a really tough position. You know, real estate right now is such that things sell immediately above asking price. And so to ask someone for a commitment and then go through the lengthy process of, well, it's going to depend. And then, you know, maybe have to pull out of the deal if the bond doesn't pass. So I think I'd like to hear more thoughts from the council and from staff on what the process might look like so that we can be thinking about and starting to just sit on those ideas of what order we want to do things in.
Okay, so in answer to that, I like that question, Councilman Fillmore. So in our packet to maybe Brent, to Lisa, somebody that researched it, I mean, what's the order we have to do to going the assumption that we got to get it on the ballot, that we're getting it on the ballot?
So Lisa's done the research on the ballot initiative question, which I don't know if the timeline is the timeline, and Lisa can go over that. Again, I think to Councilmember Fillmore's point, I agree to have some sort of idea of which direction we're going. We'll need to have an idea of what those costs might be, even before we get to the ballot initiative point or discussion of having an idea and whether or not we have it all figured out of where we're going, but we do need to get a better idea of what that bond or what we're requesting looks like, which could be more detailed if we had a location. We can be open about what that range could be as we proceed. But what the question really comes at is, do we want a letter of, to me, should we have some sort of letter of intent to purchase a property? Or if we're just saying we're going for the bond, and if the residents support the bond initiative, again, Councilmember Fillmore, she's right in our last conversation 2 weeks ago that bond could be repaid. I don't think it's going to be repaid. I think right away over time, it'll take quite a bit of time. So property taxes will need to float it for a little while until the revenues catch up to the expense. She's absolutely right. What we sell the spaces for. But the bond will still be critical. What that bond amount is will depend on what we're looking for. And if the residents say, yes, we want a cemetery space, then I think the council needs to be committed to, okay, what does that look like? If it does include eminent domain or working harder with property owners. I just want to make sure you all understand the pitfalls that could come after that if they do vote yes, of being prepared to fulfill, because I think it could be challenging if the community says, sure, we want a cemetery space, and we can't locate them, and we've let the community down and wasn't able to fulfill one of their requests. I think that's my greatest concern of not having a property identified. It can be overcome. That's just my concern.
Well, and actually that's to exactly what I wanted to say next, is that I personally would be interested in involving the public in the process of building up to the bond, right? So I'd like to put the idea and the subject to the public now and say, hey, we're out of space. We've heard lots of different opinions about what we should do about that. This is our number one goal right now, is to figure this out. Do you want us to maybe do it? Do you don't? Start putting the feelers out. If we did do it, where would you like to see it if these were your three options, et cetera? To just start not just working blind and getting that input, because this is a really big, important decision. Thoughts on that?
I think we can get a good idea of I'll defer to Mayor Wilkinson, who's been leading a group of citizens discussing the cemetery, on what those thoughts have been and the challenges that we have faced to this point. That's where Yeah, I agree. The marketing needs to start occurring now. But before we get to a bond initiative, I think we can start surveying, getting a better idea of what our residents are looking for before we even jump through the hoops of creating the bond initiative, or even the question to the residents that we probably get a pretty good feel if we start having some open houses, COVID-friendly open houses, and start having the conversations before we jump through the hoops of a bond initiative. That's my thought. I do agree with you. We should start engaging the community now. Even
Well, and
before
I
we
would
start
I would
thinking
say
about initiative.
strongly that, you know, we know what kind of turnout we get at open houses, and, you know, people with this whole COVID thing have gotten more used to, you know, working electronically, and we have Qualtrics or, you know, other companies who could do a really good survey for us. I don't know why we're even talking about such an old-fashioned route. Not that there isn't value there, but really trying to citywide get people to give us their rough opinions on this as soon as possible, just to have that information along with all the other pieces of the story.
Right. When we do surveys, you'll see those that are passionate about it will attend and respond. And then you'll have quite a number of people not respond. But at the same time, when I've done a number of these surveys, that's somewhat indicative of the feeling of the community as well. If you only have 3% of the community respond saying, yes, we need a cemetery, and 100% of them want a cemetery, but nobody else responded, that also tells you something from your survey, from your survey responses. But there are definitely different ways, Qualtrics and things like that. You're definitely not going to get everybody like a bond initiative would get a full, the survey is just a sample. The bond initiative will include almost everyone. So there's benefits of the bond initiative, but I'll let Lisa go through that process if that's something we are considering as well.
So my concern with the trying to identify a property is twofold. One, you could turn your ballot initiative into a situation where you're voting about the property, not necessarily about how much money you're borrowing. Which, if you say, let's put it on the hillside, and we need a 24-foot wide road, and that's X million number of dollars, and then we need more for the cemetery, versus saying, oh, we're going to put it in town, flat ground, accessible by a city street, which is a lesser number, you may end up with convoluting the issue a little bit, is that location will dictate voter choice. And so I'm a little concerned about how we would differentiate the two.
I agree.
But I think that's an actual thing. I think if you were to put it to people and say, we're out of cemetery space, we could do it this way and it'll cost you this much, or we could do it that way and we'll eminent domain. I think saying we have a property in mind and this is what it is and we have a willing buyer, we'll get more people to say yes, they want to do it, than saying, and we need to eminent domain somebody's property. That might make other people say, no, I don't want a cemetery that much. It doesn't matter that much to me.
But see, the eminent domain,
that's something that needs to be honestly included in the discussion.
Yeah, I don't know though. The eminent domain clouds the issue though, because that's you're no longer talking about the amount of money you're talking about. You're talking about property rights, which is a different issue. And I'm just worried that you throw all of them together and you create a situation of where we're going to lose out of the gate, which is, maybe we're out of the cemetery business. That's a reality we might have to face. But I'm concerned that we throw all the issues together without being clear in what our objectives are. We're going to really cause ourselves to have multiple political debates and not all of them necessarily helpful.
I agree, because also we could get the bond initiative passed and then not move on it immediately, or at least that's my understanding. We're not committed to then take out the bond and follow through. And Lisa can confirm or refute that. But I absolutely agree with George's point that I think we first need to, in a more clear sense, say, do you want cemetery and would you willing to be pay blank for it in this way? And then if we have a separate process to try to, figure out what we're actually going to do and if that's acceptable, then so be it.
So I would suggest this. I mean, over a period of a year and a half, and Councilman Ince and Councilwoman Meekum was there, in the cemetery group, in addition to the 6 or 7 things that we'd done beforehand and over the last 3 years, we came down to these 2 options, that road up to the Bull and buying property from someone. It seems like to me that we need to determine if the road up to the Bull, if it can be done, what the cost is, and if we could have put a cemetery in up there. And that's all on our end to be, because if we eliminate that option, then boom, we're down to the last option of this is how much we're going to bond for and buy some property. So I don't know if you guys, how each one of you feel about that, but we need to determine, and I guess we can use that bond money as well for up there on the hill as well too, whatever that cost might be.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to ask them where they want their cemetery though, because, you know, I might say, gosh, I want it up where Stephanie Ivy's house is. Let's take those 12 houses up there and intimate domain them and put it right above the cemetery. But yet they're going to say, no, I want it down where Robin lives. Let's take it across from City Hall and knock those houses down. So I don't think we can go in and say, where do you want a cemetery? Because no, you know, and we can't put property out there. I can't say, well, you know, let's go up by Stephanie's and have people know that that property is, you know, being looked at for that reason either. So I don't think we can ask them where it is. I do think there are people here in Centerville that we could deal with, where I agree with Tammy that, you know, if we open the door, are we letting the developer come in and outbid us? But on the other hand, there may be people that don't want that type of development on their property. But if they knew the city could offer an actual fair market value and just have a cemetery and keep their property more open space, they might be interested in that. And I think if we could negotiate something like that between us and the people, I don't think we put that out on the ballot. I don't think we tell anybody. We just say, you know, there has been some property that we could maybe obtain for this amount of money. Are you willing to do that? But I think that would need to be kept private for the people, because like I said, if you put out what property it is, you're going to have every developer in town driving those people crazy.
Well, one of the reasons that we are allowed to do property acquisition in a closed session is to protect from that.
Right.
And so I think, unfortunately, the rigors of the situation almost demand that we can't identify property publicly until we're very late in the game and have some contractual provisions. Now, the thing that we can potentially do is say, you know, the bonding cost to do something on property that we own is going to be $2 million for a cemetery. Whereas if we have to acquire property to do the cemetery, the bonding cost will be $5 million for a cemetery. And those are very wild numbers, I know, but they at least communicate the magnitude of the difference. And so if you're starting to do a proposition or to find out what your public support is, I think you go that far and then no farther.
Yeah, and I think we're all hinting at the same point. And I agree with you, Robin and Bill. You can't create like, well, this belongs in the north end of town because all other city services are on the south end of town, and they get to be residential and they don't have any of the burden of other city facilities or things like that. And I definitely want to avoid that. I think that if we do some basic research on the hillside with the amount of road base we're going to need to allow people to pass or have shoulders they can pull off on, plus all of that, your higher number is probably not wrong, Bill. It's probably going to be on the higher end. And the tragedy is the bond is not going to allow us to consider the ongoing maintenance costs of keeping that road clear and all those sorts of things. So even in the context of what we're doing here, we still have constraints about what does that number actually mean with the bonding. It has nothing to do with anything other than the construction costs. It's not necessarily, this is our ongoing cost to maintain it. That's, again, a different discussion. So I think it's really hard to keep it very narrow, but I think we need to, so that we don't create the wrong discussion in the public.
So, do we have staff proceed and check the costs on the hillside, or we just go ahead and look for a ballot initiative, and then if they approve, they don't approve it, we're out of the business. If they approve it, then we're full steam ahead for one of these two options.
Well, I think we need to do it. Go ahead, Bill.
I think you almost have to have some kind of numbers to include in an initiative discussion, and therefore you have to have staff do some preliminary work so that we have some basic numbers. Now, the other thing that I'm reminded based on your original summary, Mayor, is you contacted the mortuary a year or two ago, and they had some other things going and weren't interested in a joint project. Is that still the case? I think it's worth a phone call.
Yeah, and then I was recently given another mortuary's name as well too, and very recently, and I haven't contacted them. Councilman Ince is talking about a joint venture type of situation.
Yes.
So Bill, I agree with you. I think we need basic numbers. My assumption, and I could be proven wrong, is that the hillside would be the more expensive of a development for us to do. So if we use that kind of as the high watermark and have staff do a basic analysis, I don't know how comprehensive we need to get, but a basic analysis that gets us into the plus or minus $300,000 to $500,000, that at least lets us know if a bonding number of 5 million makes sense versus say 7 million. And then based on that, assuming that we are successful in the bond, then we've got the real issue of does it become the higher watermark, or do you use less proceeds and do something that's cheaper?
Well, my two numbers, I was looking at the hillside as being cheaper overall because you don't have to buy property. Obviously, infrastructure is going to be more expensive, but I can't imagine it wouldn't be cheaper overall because you don't have to buy property. Unless you're dealing with, unless we identify that immediately adjacent to Centerville, there's some unincorporated land in Bountiful that might work.
Yeah, and I'm taking it from the infrastructure standpoint that I think that a road that would be sufficient for traffic up there and all the issues associated may be more expensive than we think. But Kevin wasn't willing to step out, and I applaud the fact he wasn't going to throw a wild number because I would have used it. But it's definitely, because we don't have to acquire the acreage, that piece is not going to be there. But I think that's going to be a fairly expensive piece of road.
It's going to be an expensive road. I know it is.
Well, we'll have
pumping water and
exactly. Thanks, Councilmember Fillmore. So that is some considerations. We're happy to put together some cost proposals or estimates in this, but there are still there's a hard cost of just minimal 24 foot wide road, or do we go beyond that park? So we can figure out that, but then we have the discussion of how much water do we pump up? What kind of landscaping do we have? What's the expectation? So there are a lot of other I'll call them soft costs, right? That landscaping, but our more costly side will be the roads and the maintenance that we'd also want to just keep in mind of what that maintenance is. And Councilmember Ivy and I have had discussed some of the things of having a cemetery on a slight hillside that creates some challenges for our funeral services, where you see it sliding down the hill. And I just can't imagine on the hillside and people trying to go to and from up on the hillside, even if we have a very nice road that's very well maintained and plowed, will create some difficulties for families to get up there for any funeral services and viewings and things like that. So there are some other challenges that just to take into account. But
on that question with Brent, with maintenance, and this is more use of proceeds question for the bond, is it only for capital improvements, or can you put a maintenance reserve in the bond?
No maintenance.
no maintenance.
And I think we have something else to talk about as far as cemetery as well. So I don't want to use up all the rest of the time, but I would love a little bit of feedback or thoughts. You know, I'm just brainstorming at this point about the idea of how much do we involve the public building up to the bond. There's kind of two ways to go about this. Do we invite the city to discuss this with us starting now, and then the bond is the grand finale, or do we do the work and then just present the bond in as simple and clear-cut way as possible, like George was saying? I'd love staff thought on that and council thought on that.
So staff, we've just, you know, we've considered that for sure. You know, as we prepare, and this is what I was alluding to a little bit earlier, you know, having the discussions in open houses or infographics or any marketing that we do is great, that we're just educating the public on a need that we've identified and some considerations. But Lisa can correct me if I'm wrong, but once we get to the bond point, we need to present both arguments as fair and balanced as possible. The bill that passed last year, I believe it was last year, gives us a little bit more flexibility in arguing one side, but we need to give that same consideration to the opposing side, you know, an opportunity to also share their thoughts. But maybe Lisa can go into a little bit more detail on how we advocate. Go ahead, Lisa, if you want to.
Quite know where to start, but that would be the Ballot Transparency Act and the ballot voter information pamphlets that have to go out. So on any kind of ballot proposition involving a bond. Typically the city hires bond counsel and consulting firm, and they handle most of the bond procedures. So I'm just giving you my interpretation of the statutes, but I'm not a bond expert. But certainly, yeah, there's a long process that starts technically, you know, you have to adopt a resolution, but in my opinion, it starts a long time before that, because it's going to include a property tax increase, and your property tax increase, you're going to have to decide in the next month or two. So you really have to work these things out quite a bit in advance. But just for the simple question, yes, there will be a voter information pamphlet, and people can argue on both sides. Typically, the city drafts the argument in favor. It's 500 words or less. And then someone else, a citizen, can make an argument on the other side. And then there's a 250-word rebuttal process. So,
but also, I believe that there are some restrictions on using city email accounts, arguing for, is that right? Is that still?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we can't, there are a lot of restrictions. I will agree that, you know, they tried to open it up so that the cities could give out a little bit more information on ballot propositions and things like that, and also ballot initiatives. Again, just to be using the right term, this one would be a ballot proposition, whether or not to issue bonds. And I did want to make a couple points. Number one, as I think I've reminded you in the past, we can't just put a ballot question on the ballot anymore, just asking our voters in general what they think about something. So it has to be a reason allowed by law. And this reason would be whether or not to bond. And I also wanted to mention that the statutes require a ballot title and specific language for the ballot proposition, which does require, and I think this is relevant to your question about money and things like that, but it does require in the bond proposition that we specifically talk about the maximum principal amount of the bonds, the maximum number of years to maturity for that bond, the general purpose of the bond. It could be general. It doesn't have to say, you know, specifically a cemetery here. You could just say cemetery. And then you have to have information about the property tax increase and whether you're using general revenue or other revenue funds for the bond. So I think you will have to have some good numbers, obviously, before you go to your voters on something like this.
So Lisa, on sequencing though, if you put all that together, do you have to have a property tax increment in place? Or if the bond initiative passes, then you can pass the property tax after that? Because I guess I'm a little confused on that.
There's some specific limitations. If the issuance of the bonds will require a property tax increase more than or equal to $15 per year of the average house, and you're going to have that property tax increase along with the ballot proposition on the bond. At least that's my reading of the statutes. And that information, I mean, it specifically says in the bond proposition language that yes, if it's going to require property tax increase over $15 a year on the average house, which I assume it will, but maybe not.
And Lisa, in your opinion, are we doing, we often try to involve the public and get their feedback when we're making what we consider large decisions for the city. In your opinion, in going through the bond initiative process, or I'm sorry, bond proposition, right? Process, then is that maybe replacing that public process because we are putting out a suggestion and the opposite viewpoint will be provided, and then that's how we'll get the feedback? And so to do both might be overkill, or?
Well, again, you have to dance that line that Brant's talking about, but I think any successful ballot proposition will require education, more than just the voter information pamphlet, but we'd have to look into how much information the city can provide.
Well, I understand about dancing the line. My question, because I'm not trying to convince the public one way or the other, I'm trying to find out, right? This is what we've been trying to find out, I think. I don't think the council has ever said one way or the other, we personally want this to happen or don't want this to happen, right? We really want to feel out from the city, the citizens, what they want. And so, Brant, I'll throw that question to you just to get your opinion on it. Do you feel like if it's not a kind of issue that you'd be doing a ballot proposition or initiative on, then that's when you do the other kind of public process? But if you're doing the ballot initiative or proposition, then that is the getting the feedback from the public process in and of itself, and so you don't need to do both?
It's a great question. If I envisioned a preferred route from my standpoint, it's a long process, but I believe the preferred route from my standpoint is you're asking the question. And I agree that I think council at this point is just trying to find answers. What does the community want? And I think that's a fair question. I don't know if it really goes and elevates that level of a ballot proposition at this point, but we can start having the conversations, and Mayor has started that process with a group of people. Now that's a group of residents, and that's a group of residents that have recently experienced a loss. So it is a little bit, for the most part, right, Mayor? I'm not misspeaking on that.
Many of them have, yes. Not all of them, maybe half of them.
So they've gone through a very emotional, tragic event. Is that an objective opinion? But it was great including them to get an idea. But I think it needs to go to the next level and start engaging. Okay, now we're out of spaces, and we start having these conversations with residents, whether it's through Qualtrics, some pretty sophisticated methods of trying to get the word out there, getting our community engaged. Our new website will launch hopefully in a week, and we start utilizing the survey component of that website and really start getting information to give us better direction on where to go. And then that's where I think the ballot proposition could be developed based on the input we receive from the open houses. Instead, I think it's great the conversation we're having now. We're eliminating possibilities. We're starting to narrow down really what our focus is on a cemetery. What are the options? What are not the options? So when we present something to the public, you don't want to present, here are 10 options. What do you want us to do? Here are 3 options. What would you like us to do? And that's what we're trying to do here, is narrow down those options. But I think we need to start doing that legwork and getting the community involved in an informal survey type approach, which then could lead to that ballot proposition with a more zero laser focused desire.
So
Yeah. And the reason I asked the question is so that we can start answering it, but also to realize that that process would also cost some money and,
Correct.
and
So you'd
require
ask-
some financial investment. And so we need to decide that so that we can figure out, is that in this budget? Is that in the next budget? It probably would need to be in this budget. And how do we find that money to do that?
It's really kind of interesting when you do some of these surveys, and I'll just give you a simple example. You start off a survey question with, are you interested in recycling? Majority of respondents will say yes, 70%. Okay, are you willing to pay $8 a month for recycling? Your survey respondents, the yeses tend to go to 30, 40%. And this is actually a survey I've done. So you take it a step by step and say, want a cemetery? Yes. Are you willing to pay for it this much? Yes. Your property tax will increase this much, and have a tiered approach. And then you narrow it down. Do they really want a cemetery? And understanding all of the information that it takes to continue or expand our cemetery services.
So let me take a little different tack on that, having done a lot of surveys, and you're kind of going around the issue that surveys can be designed to influence the opinion. And what I'm looking at is this is a binary. If you want to be buried in Centerville and you don't own a plot, you cannot be buried in Centerville because there are no more spaces. If you want to be buried in Centerville in the future, we have to acquire a new cemetery for you to do that. To me, it's a very straight, cut and dry question. And so I'm not sure that I see an extreme value outside of education with a survey system. I would prefer to have, like the mayor's message, say exactly what I just said. This is where you're at. We are considering bond options, and we're considering locations and cost at this point, so that when we get to the period where people can vote on it, they know that the question doesn't get any more complicated than that. And I don't know, maybe I'm being too simplistic about it.
I think the argument is fair, Councilor McHugh, and what you're saying, and I agree with you. It is binary. It is a yes or no. We just want to hear your input. But going through the efforts of a bond proposition, I think are just it's way too much. And what you're just trying to find out is, do you want a cemetery or not? I'm not arguing the simplicity, but just asking, do you want a cemetery? And then the complications then come into play for this council to then vote on or decide in the path that needs to be taken to fulfill that yes or no. There's where it becomes challenging, right? Even if you have 60% of your residents say, hey, look, I'm okay, increase my property taxes, you still have 40% of your community who does not want to see their property taxes increase, and that could become challenging as well.
But you have the exact same problem with a rec center where every resident pays for it, but I would say not every resident steps foot in a rec center. It's just,
Sure.
it's a community asset that the community in a majority fashion, in a democratic fashion, voted for. I'm concerned that one of the things that continues to happen for us as a council is that we revisit this issue, and we've been revisiting it for a while because we knew that this was coming. Now we're out, and I don't necessarily want to take a beating as a council for not having foresight, because no one's going to go back and look at all of our minutes where we've talked about all the various ways we could solve this problem. So I'm just as happy to put this one back into the ballot question so that the public is weighing in once and for all. It's X dollars. Do you want to continue services? If not, and in this part of that 500 words, if you don't vote yes on this, this is the ramification, which is there are no new burial plots. You don't even need 500 words for that. So I don't know, maybe I'd love to hear what the other members of the council think, because to me, this is a very simple issue to bring it out for a ballot initiative.
And after exhausting options for 2.5 years, like I said in an email to all of you, I'm at the same point. I mean, let the citizens decide, and let's move ahead. I'm concerned time-wise. We might have to miss the truth in taxation. I don't know if we could put that off again. Are we going to have, for the RDA though, Brent, do we have the tax increment participation agreement where the people are going to be here and we need to do that tonight?
I believe we will have Ken Stewart or representative here. I don't see them in the meeting. I don't unless Robert Burns here is that representative.
Okay.
I mean, yes. I mean, it's preferred we do it tonight. I'll defer to Jacob because he's been working with the applicant on this one.
Yeah, and I have been in communication with them. They said they would be here tonight. They're expected to be here tonight at 6:30.
Okay, so let's assign staff to get us some costs of what cemetery might be on the hill. Let's everybody, if you want to give some input to Councilman McEwen, and I agree, invited to hear your input, and then maybe we can close with that, and then move on to the RDA meeting. So input from any other council members, if any.
I agree. I don't want a survey that's going to try to sway the citizens one way or the other. I really would like to know what they think for real, whether it's worth their money to have additional cemetery space, period.
Okay, great.
I agree.
Okay.
But at the same point in time, I think we need to make it extremely clear what the repercussion is of not. I am concerned that everything we have heard is from the people who really want it, and I don't, and I am concerned at how general the feeling is.
Yes, we need to find that out. Robin, do you have anything before we move on to the next meeting? In addition to what you've said?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm like everybody else. I want to know, but yeah, I've talked to an awful lot of people, and I have only found one who said they didn't think we should be in the cemetery business. And I've probably talked to over 100 that have said, where and when are we going to get a cemetery? So I don't think it's going to be a question of whether we have community support as to whether or not they want a cemetery.
But I
Okay,
think it will be a question of whether they're willing to pay for it.
That's right. And I actually feel like they will be, but I could be wrong.
all right, thank you, everyone. Staff, would you move forward and getting us some idea on the road up to there, and maybe cost of putting in the cemetery up there as well too? And we got to stay on top of this. I'm sorry to Jake and Brand on the truth in taxation. We still need to have that discussion. So that's got to be at the top of, or I guess our next work session, or if we do it late tonight, if we have to do it today. Otherwise, we need to go over to this RDA meeting. So I would look for a motion to adjourn out of the work session and go over to the RDA meeting.
Motion to adjourn the work session to begin the RDA meeting.
Second.
Great, let's move it. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Let's move over to the RDA meeting.
Is this the same feed?
Yes. Okay. Roll call. I can see that all 5 members of the RDA are here. And so we do have a quorum. Shoot, I guess I need to read the termination letter again, don't I? Okay. In accordance with Utah Code 52-4-2074 of the Utah Open Public Meeting Act, I have determined that conducting an electronic meeting of the Redevelopment Agency of Centerville City with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based on the facts and circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Considering the continued number of COVID-19 case counts in Utah, meeting in an anchor location presents substantial risk to the health and safety of those in attendance because physical distancing measures may be difficult to maintain at City Hall. Thank you. All right, we have one big item and just one small item on the RDA minute. Let's tackle the big item. This is tax increment participation agreement with Rimini Properties LLC on the Parish Creek Business Park PDO. Jake, do you want to tell us where we're at on that?
Yeah, so just to refresh your memories, we talked about this back in September. There was a condition that on, if you guys remember, that the council approved in September for the business park PDO. And that condition was that there would be some kind of payment or something, an alternative to the trail that was supposed to connect the business park to 1250 West. And along with that, there was kind of a gentleman's agreement that was done years ago between staff and Stewart Construction, Rimini being the property owners, of having some kind of tax increment. Part of that was supposed to be for the trail, the canal trail, and another part is any stormwater improvements. And Rimini came forward. They asked for that increment. We discussed what that total amount was, and if you look, you can look at the agreement itself, or you can look at the background information. In summary, there's 125,580 in costs incurred that are eligible for this increment. And we had ESI actually give us an estimate of what the cost of would be for the trail, the canal trail that should have gone in, and that amount is 33,468. So what this agreement does, it says we will pay that 125,580 less that 33,468 for the trail, and that's how the RDA will recover that cost for the trail and use that for improvements in the Bernard Creek CDA. And that's the basis. I don't know if we have anybody that's here from Rimini property, but I have been in discussions with them. We've reviewed this agreement with them. They agree with this analysis. They're okay with this agreement. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be paying 50% of the increment that's generated by those properties back to them up until we pay that $92,112. So that's the basis of the agreement.
Okay, thanks. I see Corey or Mackenzie here. Do you guys have anything on this one or no? No, I guess.
So
Okay,
I
Brett?
have something to say on this.
Go ahead, Councilman Fillmore or Director Fillmore.
Yeah, I've always been in favor of this. I think I've already spoken about that. My only concern and question is, what exactly do we mean by gentleman's agreement, and who's confirmed that? And so first of all, I want to know what steps have been taken to confirm that and whose word we're taking on that. And then second of all, I want to know what kind of processes we're putting in place to protect this from happening again, so that we're not relying on something that's not in writing.
Well, what we do have in writing are emails from Steve Thacker, between Steve Thacker and Stewart Construction. Talking about this, I guess there were some discussions. Corey, you'll have to fill me in on this. I wasn't there for those discussions. Brad,
I'll address a little bit of it. So from what I understand, the boardwalk was the point of discussion. Realized that the boardwalk may not be a plausible project, and there was conversations between Steve Thacker and Ken Stewart to eliminate the boardwalk, but there needed to be a substitute to please the Planning Commission. You got two separate issues going on here. It's the Planning Commission, the amenities, what helped approve. Correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, on any of this. And so the Planning Commission is expecting some sort of amenity, a public amenity in the area. So just eliminating the boardwalk was unacceptable to the Planning Commission, but could be acceptable to RDA in eliminating the boardwalk, because in all honesty, the money, if there is no RDA agreement, the RDA retains all the monies. But there's still an interest in a public amenity in the area. So the compromise was to essentially appease the Planning Commission is to have a substitute, and that's the sidewalk. And the $33,000 is the cost of that sidewalk that would be a public benefit. So the gentleman's agreement is actually email correspondence between Steve Thacker and Ken Stewart, and there became some challenges in the negotiation or conversations. The conversation, Steve had offered to waive the fee, the application fee, to eliminate the boardwalk. But some other discussions were occurring, and some other amendments were being proposed by the applicant, and that creates some challenges as we were proceeding forward with this agreement, which then delayed where we are today. Is that, Corey, did I miss? I know I really butchered that. It did the best I could.
It's okay. Just for clarification, I guess what I'm wondering is, when you say gentleman's agreement, are you only talking about the portion of discussion of possibly removing the boardwalk? So was the RDA monies actually agreed upon in writing, and the boardwalk being required agreed upon in writing, and then the gentleman agreement part was the possibilities of removing the boardwalk?
I'll have to have Jacob respond to the gentleman's agreement. I didn't, it's in terms of just. Lisa,
my understanding that there was some discussions back there in 2016, 2017, that there'd be a possibility of increment to pay for some of the infrastructure that was put. And part of that was the boardwalk. But also there was the storm, there was the improvement of the wetlands as well. That was part of the discussion.
Okay, but to be clear, the increment money that's now going to this developer was never actually in writing prior to now. That was what the gentleman's agreement was the increment money.
Yeah, well, go ahead, Corey.
No, it's getting really convoluted at this point. Let's abandon the gentleman's agreement and not label it that, because it sounds like there was an agreement between Steve Thacker and Remedy Properties defined, and that's not the case. Stepping all the way back, when Remedy Properties approached the city, they came to amend their PDO approval for several amenities. And one of those amenities was a trail system connecting the project along the canal from their project to 1250 West along the canal. That should be reflected in your $33,000 estimate. What happened during that time is that the developer saw that he could not make the connection to 1250 West because he would have to cross the canal because the Jersey barriers going up the bridge are in the way. So there was discussion with Hogan to cross the canal, land on the Hogan property, and then for a short distance, use the Hogan property to hit 1250 West. The Remedy Properties approached Hogan. Hogan was not interested in participating. And so therefore the ability to make a trail connection to 1250 West was not possible. So Remedy Properties then approached Steve Thacker at the time and said, look, there's a problem here. It's not going to work. There was then some loose discussion that you're part of a CDA area and we probably don't have enough money being generated. Now this is my little subjective part. We probably don't have enough money generated. So how about we consider approaching the Planning Commission and the City Council about eliminating the need for the trail. And in exchange for eliminating the need of the trail, there would be funds diverted in some manner. I think that's where the confusion occurred way back when, is what was this manner? But there would be funds diverted from the increment to move to put it in the larger project of a trail on 1250 West. So that $33,000 number thrown out today is one that was created today that said, whatever the cost of that trail is, let's divert it to 1250 West. We're going to apply for a larger project in Wasatch Front Regional Council and UDOT's bidding program for monies to build the sidewalk and trail on 1250 West. Steve agreed that he would allow them to cover the cost. The city would cover the cost to amend that application. But there was no gentleman's agreement that that was going to actually happen. Steve acknowledged it still took approval of the Planning Commission and City Council. And so then we went through a several process where when they applied for this change, they also applied for other amendments, additional amendments. And we said, look, we're not going to sponsor these additional amendments as part of this application. So they paid for the application and added in 2 or 3 other amendments as a part of this process. The Planning Commission then said, look, we're uncomfortable with some of these things. We don't mind a replacement for some of these amenities, but you need to talk to the RDA to work out some issues because we think you can enhance the wetlands or some other elements of the project. Go to the RDA and talk. And so that's when Remedy Properties approached the RDA and said, hey, normally I'm due some increment, but I want to exchange these things. And then all of a sudden it morphed into a larger picture. It morphed from replacement of the sidewalk and the trail to, hey, I'm in a CDA area. What kind of increments am I allowed to have? So this grew further than the 33,000. And so the number that whatever Jake has before you that you're agreeing on is like a 5th generation discussion from the trail. So you're now looking at diverting 33,000 to the trail in substitute, and you're now discussing increment that may be due to the property in a general CDA fashion. Hopefully I made sense because it was a really convoluted process for the last few
Well,
years.
no, it's not that convoluted, and you did make sense, and I already understood everything about the 33,000. And and I've always felt fine about that. The question that I have concern about is how did we get to this other increment number that didn't exist when the property was first proposed, right? And I think maybe if that's what we're passing tonight, is not just the exchange, but a new number that hasn't already been passed and agreed upon. Is that correct? Or what are we only talking about? Has the go ahead.
Yes, back in September, the RDA met and we had this discussion about the request for the tax increment. And this number was presented, 125,580. And that's when we received direction from the RDA to move forward with this agreement with Rimini based on this understanding about the trail being paid back and this amount that's for the improvement to the wetlands. And so that's where we're at now, is we did have that go ahead in September. And so this is the finalized agreement based on that discussion that we had back in September.
Just a quick one. There is no plan to enhance the wetlands in their project.
Sorry, it's not wetlands, it's storm drain system improvements.
Correct.
Okay. This just isn't the first time, I guess, that it's just feeling a little bit too familiar to the other situation. And we just need to have, I think, more clear-cut processes in place so that expected RDA monies or CDA monies aren't just evolving and growing. And we're not revisiting this stuff over and over again where people are asking for more money based on a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement, or right, just always coming back asking for more.
So to answer that second part of your question that you had before is what are we doing now? We're not going to see this anymore. Brett and I, we do meet with the developers if they make a request about some kind of tax increment incentive, to talk to them about, explore if it's even a possibility, explain to them what the purpose is of that area, and explain to them there is no promises, that this would have to go to the RDA for discussion, and it is up to the RDA to make that, to make that agreement, whether or not we would pay for that tax increment.
So Jake, are you looking for just a vote to allow staff to just go to participate in a potential agreement with them? Because obviously
that's what we did back in September. We had that approval back in September. This is the actual agreement right here that you see in front of you tonight. So this
you're looking for agreement that we're going to reimburse them the $92,000.
Yeah, the 92,112. Yeah, at 50% of whatever they generate off their property in tax increments.
Okay.
Until that 92,000 is paid, or until the expiration of the CDA.
And approximately how long will that take?
I'm showing on here that right now they're generating about 9,000 in increments a year. So at this rate, they didn't develop any more. I'm saying 8 to 9 years. But they're projecting they're going to actually, once they get the north part of their property developed, they're going to get up to 14 million. This could be paid back in 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years, best scenario, 8 to 9 years, worst case, was what we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay. Directors, any further questions, or somebody want to put a motion forth on this?
I'd be willing to make a motion that we go ahead and sign the agreement with Rimini Properties to reimburse them $92,112
And 12.
out of the property tax incentives over the next however many years it takes to reimburse them.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have,
I'm assuming that that motion, Bill, says that if it doesn't generate enough when the development ends, the CDA license thing, then we're done at whatever point that is. So either we pay it off or the thing expires.
I did not state it that way. I would be more than willing to add that to my motion.
what do
Kind
you
of thought that, I thought that was automatic. I thought that's just the way it worked.
Yeah, that, all those conditions are set forth in the agreement, that it's also only if we get the money from Davis County, and only if they comply with all the terms and conditions. And so there are those requirements.
So that's hard printing in the agreement right now, Lisa.
Yes.
Okay.
So
All right.
I have a point of clarification before we vote, and this is more general. I'm kind of echoing where Tammy's at. Is this the last one of these little oddball ones that we've got out there?
Yes, this is the last one.
No promises, but I believe so. So I heard you loud and clear 2 years ago, right? Trying to avoid these after the fact RDA, CDA agreements. And I agree with you full-heartedly that it should be understood. One of the areas that Corey and I discussed early on, or actually within the last year, is Lisa and Corey do a pretty good job as best they can just to let an applicant know, hey, look, you're in an RDA or a CDA, but they really don't go into a lot of detail. So going forward, Jacob, as the RDA administrator, essentially working with the RDA and overseeing this part, we'll be meeting those applicants, and we're creating a brochure and handout to let them know and giving an applicant a lot more information. We've had a couple of developers come back and say, I was never told I was in a CDA and I want it now after they've already started it. And we're like, it's a little late. But there is some responsibility on us to make sure they're fully aware. And we do want businesses to take advantage of this, in all honesty, because we want development to occur in these RDAs and CDAs. That's the whole point, which would allow economic development to prosper. So that's one big change that we're making to make sure these applicants and developers know that they are in the RDAs and CDAs early on before the process even starts. So
Thank you. All right.
And essentially, we need to keep in mind, they're only getting half of the increment.
that's correct. And as you heard from Jacob, the $9,000 increment, I mean, you look at the stats on how much the Parish Lane Gateway created in tax revenue is just phenomenal. And it's just a small portion. And in the long run, the city benefits as a whole.
Director McEwen, did you get your clarification?
I did in large amounts. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks. All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Let's do a vote on it. Director Fillmore,
Aye.
Director McEwen,
Aye.
Director Meekum,
I,
Director Ivy,
Aye.
and Director Ince.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. One other quick thing on RDA minutes approval of the January 5th, 2020 RDA minutes. Do we have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That's unanimous. All right, I will look for a motion to adjourn and take a 5-minute break or so, and we will see you in city council meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, sounds good. See you in a bit.
Hey, Roland, how's it going? It's Brant. Good. If you just want to turn off your camera and just until we get started, until it's your turn, that'd be great. Thanks. Good to see you.
Great. Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Hello to everybody back. Getting some thumbs up. Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like it's live on YouTube. So let's go. Welcome to the Centerville City Council meeting of February 2nd, 2021, being held by Zoom. And let's begin with the roll call before I read the determination of our council members. Councilwoman Ivy.
Present.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Present.
Councilman Ince.
Present.
Councilman McEwen.
Present.
And Councilwoman Fillmore.
Present.
Thank you, all council members, for being here. All 5 council members are present. Let's, so we could conduct business of this meeting, let me read the determination. In accordance with Utah Code 52-4-2074 of the Utah Open and Public Meeting Act, I have determined that conducting an electronic meeting of the Centerville City Council with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based on the facts and circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic. Considering the continued number of COVID-19 case counts in Utah, meeting in an anchor location presents substantial risk to the health and safety of those in attendance because physical distancing measures may be difficult to maintain at City Hall. Thank you, everyone.
Mayor or Brant? I'm
Yeah.
saying my computer is saying that my camera is still turned off by the host.
Mine too.
I'm
Sounds
not
like
the
you didn't pay
host.
your subscription fees to Brent.
Everybody just moved on me. Janet might be clicking them as well. Who else isn't showing? Okay.
Just you now, Brent.
All right.
There we go. Thank you. That was a little strange, so I'm glad we got that worked out. All right, first item of business on tonight's agenda is the Stapler Home Edition Historic Site Review. This is review.
Prayer?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I'm skipping ahead. You threw me off there. Yes.
Sorry.
We got three things before that, so I am so sorry. The prayer or thought from Councilwoman Ivy. Thank you,
Okay.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Thank you. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for the opportunity and freedom to gather together as a city council and as citizens in this wonderful community. We pray for thy spirit to be with us, that we'll be able to have wisdom as we consider the matters before us this evening. We are grateful for the services of those who are our first responders, as well as our military, and we pray for thy protection and care to be upon them. We pray for thy blessing upon those who are suffering with this pandemic and its impacts. And we pray for thy blessing upon our country and its leaders. We love thee. We thank thee for the opportunity and freedom to govern ourselves. And we pray for thy blessing in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Pledge of Allegiance. They'll present the flag and I'll give the Pledge of Allegiance. Follow along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, those are things that we can't miss, those two items. So thank you so much, Councilwoman Ivy. Open session is what's next. This is an opportunity for any member of the public, and you'll see on the screen there a chance to call in, to Zoom in, to express any thoughts that you may have. Try and limit your comments to a couple of minutes. So you'll see on the screen, and I'll look for raised hands, or if you call in, we'll look for that as well too. So that open session is now available. I do not see any raised hands. Oh, there's one raised. Sorry, there's a raised hand. Ken Stewart. Are you there?
Sorry, I had the mute button there. I got the invite at 7, but I just got an email from Jacob that the actual RDA, which is what I was seeking, was at 6:30. Is there anything else that's needed from me on that? I understand it passed from his email.
That's correct. It did. And so not that I'm aware of, other than that Branner, Jake will be further talking with you.
Okay. Yeah, I caught just the last few minutes of it and didn't catch the meeting, but I appreciate everybody and appreciate your help on that. So I'll just look to talk to Jacob about moving that forward then. And unless there's anything else you need from me, I will leave you to your business.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. I don't see any other hands, so we will move on from the open session. First item of business is the Stapler Home Edition, the Historic Site Review. This is reviewing the home edition plans of a registered Centerville historic site. We have the applicant Richard Stapler here. Is there a staff that wants to talk about this, or for Richard Stapler does?
Yeah, I'd like to present my staff report before we hear from the applicant, if that is
Perfect.
okay.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Welcome.
Thank you,
Good to have
Mayor.
you with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to share my screen with the staff report and then the plans. So here we go. Okay. So Richard Stapler, who is on the call with us tonight, and his partner are requesting an addition to their historic register home. This is on the corner of 400 West and 400 South. They have been active members of our community and have done a really good job of maintaining this historic landmark register site. So typically an item like this would be seen by the Landmarks Commission. The Landmarks Commission currently doesn't have a quorum. So in Centerville Zoning Code 1261-100, it does also allow for the City Council to approve appropriate additions. And so that's why we're here tonight. So originally, Mr. Stapler brought forward a building permit, which is still open. But since it's a historic register site, that building permit has to wait for this approval of appropriate additions and maintenance and building. So what the request is tonight is that the City Council approve this home addition provided by the Staplers. And here's the zoning code that needs to be seen as positive in order to approve appropriateness in keeping with the preservation of a historic asset. So the use and the character are similar. The use is the same as it was historically. The proposed amendments do not change the character. It retains the original house. You can see the original house from 3 sides. They're just resting an addition on the back, which is the north side of the house. So staff reviewed these 11 items, and here's what staff has said. We recommend the approval of the alterations or modifications with one caveat that the applicant or the applicant's engineer or architect provide information so that we can see that there's a clear distinction between the historical asset and the new plans. So I'll show you the plans. So this here on the left, I hope you can see my mouse. I'm not sure if you can. This back elevation in the more clear, sharp lines shows the addition. And so the upper floor will be a different material than the historic asset. And the lower level will be brick that mimics the historic asset. And so the only hesitation that staff has is that per the code, the addition needs to be different enough that you can tell where the historic asset stops and the addition starts. That could be a slight difference in color, that could be a slight difference in construction of brick, or it could be a different mortaring type. And so staff has proposed this motion, and item 3 in particular. Items 1, 2, and 4 are just reiterating the code. And item 3 is the color or construction installation of the brickwork shall be sufficiently different to the historic brickwork to preserve the historic integrity, to be approved by the zoning administrator. So if you have any questions, let me know. If not, I think we can have the applicant.
Yeah, I do have one question, and maybe I should know this. Why do we want it to be, what does it accomplish that it's identifiably different?
So that is from the federal, the Department of the Interior, that is one of their criteria, but mostly it's so that the original house, so that we can see time frames. If you can't distinguish between the old and the new, in the future, if there's not enough proper documentation, it could be assumed that if they match perfectly somehow, that it could be assumed that the whole house is of the same ancestry or the same date. And so in at least the preservation of historic assets, that is an ideal so that they can be identifiably different. They don't have to be shockingly different, but just it's some, you know, and maybe not even to the layman, but to a professional, that they need to be different so that historically they can tell where one part of the building starts and stops, and the new construction can be dated to another time.
Interesting. Thank you.
And on that, Councilman Ince, the Secretary of Interior standards to be on the National Register of Historic Places, it's a requirement, and it's mimicked in our zoning ordinance. And one of the things that a historic asset has is a date, time, and place, and it's been approved under current conditions of the existing house to be on the National Register. A register, being on a national register, is voluntarily. There are some tax incentives that the federal government and the state reps allow to take place. But one of the things that can disqualify you is that so many additions are done uncontextually to the original construction or damage the original construction to the extent that the historic asset is no longer identifiable. And so that's why there's this subtle characterization. They want the distinction between the original work and any additions into the future. And if the additions in the future last over 50 years, they also become part of the historic asset. But until that time, they don't want it to be exactly mimicking.
Thank you.
All right, great. McKenzie, I don't feel like there's further questions. Let's get Richard Stapler. You want to talk with us? Tell us about this home and how awesome it is and what you want to do to it. And I've seen you around town. Good to see you. I like how you put the picture in the house in the background. Very good.
We always love to show it off. It's a beautiful home that dates back to what you can see on the far over my shoulder in the back. That home actually dates back to the 1850s, and the one up in the forefront is in the 1890s. So it's a wonderful property that has great historic value to the Centerville community, and we're grateful to be able to live here and be part of this. But first, Mayor and also council men and women on the call, appreciate you giving us this opportunity to be able to join you by this virtual meeting and to have an opportunity to speak with you just for a few moments. We also have here with us our builder in case we weren't quite sure whether there'd be anything that would come up that would involve his need to participate. But let me just say first that we appreciate also Ms. Wood for the very thoughtful and well-written report that you put together with the recommendations. All the recommendations that have been given are acceptable to us. And just to let you know, as we looked at it and reviewed it, the concerns with the brick on the lower level, we understand, the reasoning has been expressed here by other members of the council of why there needs to be that distinction from the old and the new, and that we're going to go ahead and not use brick on the lower portion of the home there, not use any brick, and instead match the same type of exterior that's indicated on the plans on the upper level. And so we're just going to put that in there. That way it'll clearly distinguish the new addition from the existing historic home. And so with that, it's acceptable to us and we're grateful for it. And we hope that the council will be willing to accept these recommendations that's been provided by staff and accept this proposal. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have, but also don't want to extend this meeting for you any longer than necessary.
I just want a tour after COVID. I've never been through it. I bet it's beautiful. Council, any questions?
Mayor, can I just ask one question of the applicant or just a clarification?
Sure.
I hope that it isn't impressed upon you that we are hoping that you have the removal of the brick. It's certainly your discretion on whether you want to maintain the brick. We're just trying to make sure that it is distinct enough that it doesn't be confused with original. So it's your choice. I just don't want you to be nervous, the staff report, be overly nervous about that. If you choose to use the brick, you're welcome to. We're just looking to make sure that the batch mount, the tooling or something like that makes a difference. So just wanted that
Sure.
clarification for you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Snyder. Thanks for that clarification. And yeah, that's good to know.
Well, I don't know that council has any questions. Maybe just the vote, huh?
I would be willing to make a motion that we approve the requested permit for the construction at 370 West, 400 South in the Porter Historic Home.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Sounds like we have a second by, we'll say Councilwoman Ivy. They were there at the same time. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on it?
If you could just make that motion subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa. Yes, I revised my motion to say subject to the 11 recommendations in the staff report.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Further discussion? Great. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilman Ince.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye. And I just want to say to the homeowner, thank you for being a wonderful caretaker to this home and
It is
keeping it on the register.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Fillmore. Thank you, Richard. We all echo what Councilwoman Fillmore said. So.
Well, thank you very much.
Go have some fun doing some remodeling. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's move to the second item on the business tonight. This is a public hearing matter regarding the Legacy Crossing PDO and plat amendments for JF Capital. So we will look to have staff present on this to us. Are we looking at Corey or who are we looking at? Mackenzie, which one of you?
I'm happy to defer to Mackenzie, just if she wanted to try a shot at a staff report she didn't write.
That could be tricky. So Corey, it sounds like it's you.
It is. I'm going back to your exhibits that you attached there and pulling up the staff report. Hopefully I can get there a little quicker. I had the transmittal. Okay. So just kind of recapping for you the application. So thanks, Mayor, Council. As indicated, this is made up of a few components of an overall development. So we're looking at the Legacy Crossing development out by the Megaplex Theater. We're looking at lots 2 and 3 that are on the south side. They do have some internal cross access available from the Megaplex to these 2 lots, but their likely primary is off the 200 North cul-de-sac, that long cul-de-sac sitting on the south side of the multifamily development in that project. It's been some time since it's developed. I think it's around 2010 we approved the Legacy Crossing PDO plan. Lots 2 and 3 have not necessarily been easily marketed, and the applicant JF Capital has now acquired control of those properties for the last while, and they're looking to make some changes to the PDO plan. And so I just summarized those in your staff report. They would like to add a few defined or limited uses to the project that were not originally a part of the approval. They would like to alter the stormwater system There is a detention pond in a wedge area on the west side of lot 3. They would like to use that area for a building and relocate those detention ponds interior and catch basins to the project. They've been working with Kevin on potential layout and design. One of the things prior to arriving to this level, they did propose a conceptual site plan with just the uses that were originally part of the development agreement. It did have some potential changes to the office architecture. So this is the building in the far south end of the property. There was a question at the Planning Commission on how much that complied with the original materials with the development agreement. So they would like to continue on with that design, and they would just like to make sure that in this amendment, they'd like to add those material changes so that it doesn't leave any more subjective discussion about that design. One of the unique things also that they would like to do is a while back, there was a PDO amendment approved by the city that removed lots 2 and 3 from the shared parking. And with that removal, they were required to provide parking independently for any uses on lots 2 and 3. They've looked at their development, provided a traffic parking study to you. Was performed, I believe, by the same person that removed it. They'd like to add themselves back into the shared parking. So they're already obligated for the shared access, but they would like to opt back into the shared parking. And that was some analysis took place. If you look at it compared to the rest of the development, the Planning Commission felt that it was closely managed. So I'll go over that with you as we get into it. Also note that in order to change the detention pond location, they also required to do a plat amendment. And so this plat amendment is also been added. The City Council is the land use authority with plat amendments, not the Planning Commission. So you'll see an additional report that covers the plat amendment as part of this project. Just by way of uses, they can respond on the adequacy of staff's construct of the language of the amendment, but we need to add them as a part of the PDO approval. And because this has a development agreement, it also needs to amend the development contractual agreement recorded against the property. So tonight we're coming to you with the PDO portion of that, and we can talk about those uses, but real quick summary. They'd like to add recreational vehicle sales and repair. They would like to add some other non-recreational vehicle sales and repair in a limited fashion. They would like to allow the flexibility in that limited fashion is to allow some outdoor display of not exceeding 10 vehicles. And additionally, drive-through type facilities were prohibited contractually in the development agreement and PDO. They do have a plan for one of the retail buildings to have a drive-through facility. So they'd like that flexibility. I outlined hopefully in the report kind of the history. Vehicle sales was specifically prohibited. So if you look at the original language, vehicle sales were specifically prohibited, as well as drive-throughs. My recollection of that time is that Larry H. Miller was involved in the Megaplex development and leasing it. And there was some concerns at that time that it would just default to vehicle sales in a theater. And at that time, the city wanted a mixed use project and to have the successful plan for additional office and residential. So that's something that you'd have to evaluate today, whether you want to reintroduce those. Staff and the Planning Commission discussed that. I made some suggestions in the language that recreational vehicle sales, if the city is amenable to it, that it would be all done indoors, both repair and the sales. And part of that process is, one, to protect the other lots in the development, but two, the layout of their proposal with retail buildings doesn't really equate to have much outdoor storage and repair against the retail and office uses. So the language that's recommended to you is to allow recreational vehicle sales and repair, but be done completely indoors. The non-recreational vehicle sales and repair, the applicant probably explain it better, but they have a niche market in their mind. I don't know the boundaries of that niche market, but they're not looking to have a large vehicle sales. These will be custom vehicles or some type of specialty vehicles where mostly can be done indoors. One of the things that we were concerned about is occupying parking, needed parking for display areas. And so staff suggested that that be modified from an allowable use to a conditional use and allow the Planning Commission to evaluate as an accessory use the outdoor display of vehicles. But the rest of it would be done indoors like the recreational vehicles. And then we did recommend the allowance of one drive-through facility to you. So you can discuss that. On the stormwater management system, originally the development agreement plotted lot 3 to have a shared regional detention. So both detentions were for all of the lots. So lot 3 was reserved for the entire development. In the analysis of lot 3 and lot 2, the detention facility, from my understanding, out along the 1250 West is sufficient for the rest of the projects. So this detention basin, according to our city engineer, is only needed for lots 2 and 3. That being the case, modifying it doesn't seem to be a detriment to the rest of the development. It's now just the engineering calculations to make that feasible. So there's a positive recommendation to you on that. The architectural requirements, they're just calling out what they discussed previously with the Planning Commission. To be honest with you, the language says primarily of rock and brick. It's been loosely applied. Even if you look at the original megaplex, you do have a wainscot, a substantial wainscot, but a wainscot of rock, artificial rock, and we have quite a bit of use of stucco. And so we're not looking, you look at the other 2 office buildings, they have some mimicking the paneling of rock and materials. And so we've considered that there wasn't it just says primarily or substantial is the word. What does that mean? Is that 49? Is it 51? Is it 63% of the building? We think it's a fairly loose language and has been applied in a fairly loose manner to the project. And so we, at the planning level and commission level, didn't feel that the proposed office building was way inconsistent per se. And it's off in the far south corner, so shouldn't impact the other buildings. I think the last one to really discuss is the parking. They want to adopt back into the shared parking. One of the difficult things is if you just look at their independent use calculated against the ordinance, they would need 313. They're proposing 300 or 273, excuse me. Lot 4 office is based on 4 per thousand. We did not apply 5 per thousand as the code on lot 4 originally. So if you did 4 per thousand for the office area, it would actually drop the overall parking to around mid 250s. And so there's, if you treat it like 4, they have substantial on-site parking. If you treat it with the uses, they're asking, I think, of about a 40 stall difference that can be shared. And they claim, and there's traffic study, that the office use and the retail uses will not likely spill over. So there would be sufficient parking on site as well as off site to the rest of the project. So that concludes a mouthful to you. Planning Commission's recommended approval to you. And you should have that motion that they proposed in the staff report reflected in Ms. Romney's ordinance to you. And then I think we can discuss the development agreement. I assume that might be why Lisa is joining us.
Yes, Corey, I didn't know if you were going to mention that. So Mayor and Council, you have 3 items on your agenda today. The PDO amendment, the zoning and the plat amendment, as well as the development agreement amendment. The applicants did submit a complete application, including the proposed development agreement amendment number 5 to the Legacy Crossing Development Agreement. However, the Planning Commission did make a few changes, and as staff as well, to the recommendation. And so I've suggested to be more efficient that we actually recommend approval of the PDO and the plat amendment, but request the council table the development agreement. And then once the council has made your decision on the PDO, I will work with the applicant to revise the development agreement amendment accordingly. So I would just appreciate that request to table the development agreement item, but staff still recommending approval of the other 2 items.
Thank you, Corey and Lisa. Council, do you have any questions right now before we go to the applicant?
I do have a couple questions. Corey, can you clarify for me how you're limiting, what tool are you using to limit the drive-through use to just 1? And I'm not really seeing on the rendering where that would be and how that would change the architecture that I'm seeing. Am I missing that? Is it already drawn in? Corey, you're on mute.
I don't believe the drive-through is listed and slated. The applicant might address which building if they've slated it for a building. It's being controlled by the PDO approval list of uses that will then contractually be limited to 1 in the development agreement.
So in this commercial building and split into units as it's shown on the renderings, 1 of those units would be allowed to be a drive-through use?
Yes.
And if I can interject just quickly, it is noted on the far west building, you'll have a long row of units on the north side of the property, and you have 3 units on the far west. That end unit of the 7 continuous units, it's right there. You can kind of see the drive-in circulation pattern for that drive-through window.
Okay.
That would be the location.
All right, another question I have for Corey. For now, we'll hear from you in a minute as an applicant. So the renderings are showing this as retail. The building is labeled as commercial. The allowing of the use of the RV sales and repair, is that correct? Would be considered industrial, light industrial? No?
Vehicle sales are allowed in our commercial very high zone as a conditional use.
Commercial very high. And so this is commercial very high. The reason I ask is the architectural renderings make me think that this is kind of a flex building for maybe more retail space, but also maybe more light industrial kind of uses. Do I have reason to be concerned about that? What kind of light industrial type uses where there'd be maybe regular truck deliveries or a lot of manufacturing?
There's no industrial uses allowed in the list.
Okay.
So these would be retail tenant suites.
All right. Retail or office, right? Just anything allowed in our commercial high. So we're not making any other exception other than the RV, which already is allowed in commercial very high, but just normally wouldn't be allowed down here in this area, this PDO, right?
Correct. That was noted in the staff report to the commission. The commercial very high allows all these uses, but they were limited under the PDO approval.
Right. Okay. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments from council before I go to the applicant?
My only concern, Corey, is parking down there is already a nightmare. Where we're letting them join back in, are we creating a bigger problem? We already have complaints from residents about the parking in that area.
You're correct. That was discussed not only between staff and the applicant, and a tabling delay to take a relook at the traffic study. It was also a discussion at the commission level. Again, this comes back to there's sufficient parking for the entire project. There's excess. It's the issue of convenience. And so from my experience in the comments, the residential is the primary location of problem, because the residential was slated with one parking stall on site for each unit and a second parking stall shared among the project, which would be the 70 stalls on the east side of the residential project. What happens though is that there's no reservation program for that side, and that's where the movie theater parks. And so now you have residents that either have to park in the North 40, or the complaints that it's on the streets that we've experienced. There's sufficient parking by numbers. There's not sufficient parking by ease of convenience. And so the discussion came is, if we add lots 2 and 3 into the project, does that introduce a competition between the residential, the theater, and this project in that small area? And that was the discussion we had with the applicant. And so it depends on how you look at the numbers. If you calculate it that it's all independently parked, they have to borrow from the other side. That's why they wanted to originally be included back in. They have to borrow from the rest of the lots for the parking. If you look at it for their crossover use between the retail uses and the office, and treat it like the lot 4 office spaces, then there should be some offset between, so lot 4 and the theater share an off-hour peaks times, and this would be their office and their retail sharing off-peak times. And so they should have plenty in that off-peak time. If you compare it to what the office had at 4 per thousand, they don't even need to provide 273. They could drop that off-peak down to 253 or 255. And so when you look at it, if you consider that they're added back in for convenience, they have a shared off-peak hour between their office and their retail, they should put very little demand on the rest of the project.
Well, and I would say too, and we can save this for the discussion, but I would just add that the real challenge down there is the evening conflict between the residential and the movie theater. But all of the other uses, any time we share the parking there, that just increases the parking available for the evening time where there's that high need. And so sharing is actually, in my opinion, if anything, going to help resolve and relieve that problem a little bit by creating this new development on the other side.
Yes, I would agree that adding these 2 lots in with only the discussion of 40 stalls by defined expectations you provide yourself will likely lead to additional parking for the theater, because most folks are parking on that south side and not parking in behind or the northeast corner. And so we should alleviate to some extent. And then they're proposing a large office building will repeat that off-peak hour use. And so it probably should not have that much of effect.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, any other comments from council? Great, we got the applicant here from JF Capital. It looks like Mr. Gersberger. Mr. Gersberger, is it you or someone else that's speaking for the applicant?
It's me, Glenn.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. I might just make one clarification concerning the parking. When we built the second office building in this association, we did a similar parking study to look at the shared parking situation. We removed these two parcels from that study only because we didn't know what it was going to be or how many parking spaces were going to be part of that development. So it was easier just to say, without those parcels there, what do we have left? And do we have adequate parking for shared parking between all the uses? That's why we removed it. Now that we're coming to a point where we're developing the new property, we felt it was important to do that shared parking study again, and then include all the properties here. That's why we removed it initially. And one other point of clarification I wanted to make for Councilwoman Fillmore. Those buildings are uniquely designed to try and accommodate a myriad of uses, retail uses. Before COVID hit, we weren't really sure what retail was going to look like. Now that COVID has hit, we really don't know what retail is going to look like. So this allows us the flexibility under that use to accommodate as many possible uses as we can, both office and retail, but staying under those two umbrellas. We just wanted to create the most flexible product that we could.
Yeah, and they look great, and I'm all about flexibility, so I think that's brilliant.
Any other questions for me?
Do you have any pre-leased space?
No, we haven't. We have 2 tenants that have expressed an interest, and believe it or not, they're more of a traditional office use. But what they'd like to do is come in and build some mezzanine space and build it out. It's the same use as an office, but it may give them the flexibility to expand their uses under the office scenario.
Okay.
So.
If nothing further from the applicant and no further questions from council for the applicant, let's go to the, you'll have chance later, we'll go to the public hearing part of this ordinance. So this is a public hearing for the Legacy Crossing PDO and plat amendments for JF Capital. That for the public, we'll put the instructions up on the screen, and I will look for raised hands, and we will look for calls as well too that will come in. I'll give it a few seconds to give people the time to figure it out. So the public hearing is now open. I'm not seeing any raised hands. I'm not getting any indication that anyone has tried to call in. Speak now or forever hold your peace if you are. If not, then I will close the public hearing, and we will come back to any additional questions from council or comments that you have for staff or the applicant. Nothing further? If not, this is ordinance number 2021-03. I would look for a motion then on this ordinance.
I would make that motion that we approve ordinance 2021-03.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, then let's take a
Mayor, is that the ordinance only or the plat amendment as well?
Well, I'm seeing that it was made as a motion on the ordinance, but you're correct, Councilwoman Ivy. There is the plat amendment as well too. Lisa, are we voting on these separately?
Yes, I would suggest you just vote on them separately. You do have 3 items and then you can table the last one.
Okay. All right. So yes, Councilwoman Ivy, is that clarification for you? It's just on the ordinance. We will look for the plat amendment, another motion. Any further questions? All right. If not, let's take a roll call vote. Councilwoman Fillmore,
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum,
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy,
Aye.
Councilman Ince,
Aye.
and Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
I'll
Okay.
also make a motion that we pass the, that we approve the Legacy Crossing PDO plat amendment.
We have a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Meekum. I saw your mouth, but put your.
I was being entertained.
Councilman McEwen,
Aye.
Councilman Ince,
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy,
Aye.
and Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye. I'm being visited by ancient creatures who've been extinct for years.
We need to fear for your safety.
This is the benefits of Zoom meetings. So thank you for the entertainment. We need some laughs, Councilwoman Fillmore. All right, the third amendment, that motion passes 5-0 as well. So the third is the legacy.
Yeah, may I move that we table the Legacy Crossing Development Agreement for staff to work on it and bring it back.
We have a second?
Second.
All right. Roll, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. So thank you, everyone. Staff, you were working on that, and we passed the ordinance and the PDL plat amendment. Thank you, Mr. Gersberger and JF Capital for being with us. And thank you, Corey, for your input as well, too. All right. Next item of business is another public hearing matter. This is a public hearing on the Bamberger Station 2 plat amendment. And it looks like Mackenzie. Thanks for popping your screen up, Mackenzie, so I knew it was you.
No problem. Not a problem at all. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item is a public hearing item. We have seen a few of these in the past few months, plat amendment. This one is different than the previous two in that the applicant is proposing a removal of plat note number 4 for lots 3 through 5, and I have pulled up on the screen the relevant lots. They are in the center of the screen. It's lot 3, 4, and 5. And so this whole subdivision, it's that thin strip of yellow, is at a high water table space. As you can see in the bottom at 400 South, we have a city well. I have asked for other members of staff, Cameron Woodbury, our drainage supervisor, and Kevin Campbell, our city engineer, to join us on the call just in case you had questions for them that I could not answer, which has everything to do with drainage. So here is the applicant's proposal. On the top of this image, on the left-hand side are lots 3 through 5, and you can see, let me zoom in. This lime green line is the proposed subsurface drain that the applicant would like to add to the lots so that then the plat note can be removed that would allow basements in these 3 lots. There is already a subsurface drain line that connects through to Florentine Villas. There is an easement along that property line. However, here's the staff report that has been prepared. So the applicant is proposing a private subsurface drain, which in the city Centerville Municipal Code 9640, let's see. I'm not sure if that's the exact one I want. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So no subdivision plat for which a subsurface drain system is required shall be approved until and unless the subsurface drain system has been reviewed and approved by the city. And then all approved subsurface drain systems shall be dedicated to the city after approval and inspection. So that is the general municipal code ordinances that the city wants all of their subsurface drains to be publicly owned so that we can make sure that all of the lines run properly instead of having a private line that then connects to a public line and problems that can arise from that. However, there is caveat in the code that unless otherwise specifically provided by the city council, so the city council by motion has to approve a private subsurface drain system. Staff is opposed to this application for reasons already in the ordinance. The ordinance was written because staff prefers, and it is easier, there's less liability when the city owns the subsurface drain systems. It is easier to maintain subsurface drain systems when they are in the public right of way. They proposed if by chance the city dedicated this private line to be a public line, there's no easy public access to maintain that line. I've also included Kevin's comments that if that line was dedicated or if they wanted to connect to the public line, he recommends an easement from Florentine Villas to the back of the sidewalk at 160 West with a 15-foot easement as well as a 15-foot wide easement behind the curb on 160 West, which is a very expensive move for the applicant, but that would let staff make it feasible, but staff does not recommend that. Staff does not recommend the private subsurface drain line. Cameron or Kevin, if you'd like to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think that maybe I would just add that Centerville City's had several claims. We've had quite a few issues with these private subdrain lines in these backyards. And so that's what we're trying to avoid here is we're trying to make this system, the system that stubs from Florentine Villa to the Bamberger is a city system. So we'd like to see it get extended at least to a point to where we could access it from the street and keep it clean.
Is there space available? I'm not looking at the map. Is there space available that they could get the 15 feet on each side?
It would limit what building would be, what they would be able to build on the lot, but there is 15 feet of space, yes.
Okay.
So that leads into my question, which is just trying to understand the motivation. What is the benefit for the private owners taking on this cost rather than having it be a city system, this cost and this liability?
If I understand your question, so the applicant has proposed not to have a public line. The applicant would like it to be a private line because then they would only have to build that subsurface drain at the back of those 3 lots. To connect to pull it across the property to 160 West and then create a manhole and a connection to the public line would be an additional expense that the applicant is not proposing at this time. So,
But staff's first desire and recommendation is to keep the same requirements that we just have in the ordinance. And then secondly, at the very least, connect out. And is that what you said? That would be expensive?
that's correct.
Less expensive still than doing the whole thing?
Less expensive than doing the whole subdivision? Is that what you mean?
Just the whole thing that normally would be
Or-
required by ordinance if we weren't to make any exception.
Yeah, maybe let me weigh in on that. So typically we would require that the subdrain go into the city street before a subdivision is constructed. We have proposed an alternate that would put it in an easement along the back of the sidewalk that we could access with our vac trucks from the city street. That's kind of the compromise that we've tried to make, but we don't want the line to be in the backyards. We want to be able to access it from 160 West. I don't know that they need to dig up the street. Personally, I think that diminishes the life of our street tremendously. So that's kind of the compromise that we tried to come up with is, okay, let's get an easement, public utility easement along the back of the sidewalk that we could access and clean out the system from the city road. What that does to Mr. Haskell, though, is it impacts one of the lots quite a bit. He'd have to jog it along the property line, but it does impact that northerly lot quite a bit.
Can you describe in what way that it impacts the lot?
We would have to have 15-foot easement centered on the line. We would have to have access to the manholes that were in the back of the property. If he were to just run it on a straight diagonal up to the back of sidewalk, it would cut through the potential building footprint on that northerly lot. So it is quite a bit more expensive for him to meet our ordinance, to meet what city staff's recommending.
So help me understand, when do we have other examples of when we have made exceptions to this ordinance? What is our precedent in this area?
Not in the past, I think since probably about the mid-90s or so when the new ordinance was drafted. That was when we were, probably pre-mid-90s, we were allowing some of these systems to go through private yards. Randy and Dave and those folks had a lot of issues with these lines going through yards. One that comes to mind is north of Jennings Lane. So that's why the ordinance was drafted the way that it was, is because of the different issues we were having of tree roots getting into the system, not being able to access our manholes to keep them clean. That's why the ordinance was drafted the way that it was.
So I guess I'm at a little bit of a loss, and maybe we just need to hear from the applicant. It's kind of like, what incentive is there for us to approve this? I just don't see any point.
Yeah, that's the same question I have right now, is that for us to make an exception to the ordinance, we'd have to hear a pretty strong argument as to why the ordinance doesn't make sense, right? Or that there's a pressing reason that overrides the reasoning of the ordinance. So.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant then, and then you can ask him questions, and we go to the public hearing part. Applicant, Mr. Haskell, welcome. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Am I off mute?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Well, thanks for hearing me. I appreciate this opportunity. I have recently purchased these 2 lots and would like to be able to build a home with basements on them. That's my intent. And so I did some research on this to see what if it was possible to be able to do so. And in my research, I found that when the Florentine Villas subdivision was developed, that the line that is shown on the drawing that was shown earlier has been stubbed into the rear of lot 5 for the purpose of installing a land drain on here. But for some reason, I've heard it was because of the cost, the developer of the subdivision did not do that. And because he didn't do it, it's the reason for the note on the plat. And so the line is there, it's stubbed, there's an easement across the back of the property. So I contacted Kevin to ask Kevin Campbell to ask him what would be necessary to do this. He explained to me how it would need to be done. And that's the way I've drawn the plat. I may not be understanding the city's interpretation of a private line versus a public line. When I think of a private line, I think of a line where the main line is owned by the individuals and not the city, and that has never been my intent. I was planning on putting a main line in that would be a city-owned line across the back of these 2 lots, and then just having the land drain come into it. And I know when I met with the design review committee, they kept saying a private line too, but in my mind, it's not a private line, unless I'm not understanding the reference they're making to private lines versus a public. But, so as I talked to Kevin up front, he's the one that told me how to design this with the 2 manholes in the back. And when we got to the design review committee, it was the street department who's evidently had some problems with these in rear yards that was opposed to it. And so they decided that it would be better to run that line straight up to the front so there would not be a manhole in the back of lot 5. They were concerned about having 2 manholes in the back of the property. However, moving those, running that line straight would put it through the building pad area of lot number 5. I own lots 3 and 4, and the Nymans own lot 5, and we're doing this together. But they own lot 5, and that would interfere with their building pad area of their house that they want to put there. So that's not an option to put it on the straight line. We could put a manhole at the back of lot 5. This line that stubs in from Florentine Villas, the main line that stubs in, is somewhat near the middle of the back of lot 5. So we'd have to put a manhole there and go up to the northwest corner of lot 5, and then down the property line to the northeast corner. Well, doing that would put 2 manholes in the back of the property, just the same as I proposed it right there. So I don't see the benefit for that. What I'm looking for is I've got a whole subdivision of neighbors in Florentine Villas that all have the right to have a basement in their property and to tie into a land drain that's already existing there to me. And I just want that same opportunity. I know there's been some things as what's the logic behind, what's the reason for it. I just think it's a property right. I mean, I just want the same right that my neighbors have. I didn't know that there were some concerns also with the city and maintenance to that line. And so I've addressed those with my engineer, Scott Argyle, who's also here with us and can address ways that we've tried to make that so it would be a maintenance-free line, and even a proposal of a limitation on this line that would even help. I mean, he could address those if you'd like him to do that. But
yeah, this is an open discussion, Mr. Argyle. We'd like to hear from you.
All right, a couple things. The existing plat has an 18-foot rear yard easement. There's currently a sewer line that runs north and south in that easement. The sewer line sits approximately 2 or 3 feet off the east edge of the easement. So the majority of this easement is unoccupied. Given where the sewer line is, leads me to believe that there was an intention for another utility to go in the back, which probably would have been the land drain. If we read the staff report, this was the first I'd heard of Kevin's recommendation to extend the line across lot 5. Given the current alignment of that, we couldn't hit the sidewalk. We hit the north property line about 20 feet behind the sidewalk without having another bend or another manhole in the line to turn it to go east. I'm not going to make that make it to the street. Also on the plat, there's the 20-foot front yard setback from the back of curb. If we do a 15-foot, best case scenario, I put this land drain line at the back edge of the sidewalk, which sits about 7 feet from the curb, and then I've got to go 15 feet from there. That cuts about 7 or 8 feet off the buildable area of this lot, which is already, the lot's only 92.5 feet deep. And I'm already cutting with the setbacks 38 feet off of that. And so adding the additional easement on the front, plus the additional manhole on the north, I'm not sure that is the best solution. As far as the lines go, these land drains are put in with perforated pipe around the footings and foundations, and then it's a solid sewer lateral, essentially PVC 4-inch lateral that comes out from the perforated pipe to whether this land drain is in the street or where we're proposing. And that the land drain is essentially another sewer line. It's PVC. So it's a solid system that, PVC laterals are used all over, and that's the pipe we use. Now, if maintenance is an issue on the city line, perhaps we could do a different pipe material for the 175 feet of pipe that we're proposing that would preclude tree roots from penetrating the pipe and causing problems. And we could also make it so the homeowners put a note or something, so roof drains or no other water could enter the system. So the only water that could enter the system was coming from through gravel into through a filter fabric through the footing drain. So it's clean water, and there would be nothing to obstruct or cause a clog for maintenance from that point. So we feel like it's a doable system to do it in the rear, that there was space available on the plat for the intended place for it.
Thank you. I would ask, is it almost sounds like there's some misunderstanding between city staff and Mr. Haskell and Mr. Argyle. Is that correct? Kevin, do you want to address that, or is it all clear? Do you guys need to develop some further understanding on this?
Well, we asked them to submit a plan and propose to the DRC what they would, how they would propose a subdrain system. That wasn't ever approved. So when they proposed what they wanted to do, city staff brought up the ordinance that, hey, look, this actually needs to be in the city right of way. Randy and I kind of went back and forth on whether or not it ought to be in the city street. In the end, the city staff kind of came to the conclusion that, okay, maybe we could compromise a little bit and let them put it just west of the city right of way along the front of the lots in a 15-foot easement. And so that's kind of where we left it after the last time we met with Mr. Haskell. The easement along the back property lines is an 20-foot somewhat easement, but that sewer line through that easement has been there for a long, long time, much longer than when the subdivision was recorded. So if, Wayne Carlson, when he developed the subdivision, if he wanted to put the subdrain in, he should have done it at that time when he recorded the Bamberger Phase 2 subdivision. So this is where we're at. That's why it's an amended plat issue. And again, city staff does not recommend a line in the back of the homes. We've got to be able to get to that manhole that's going to be sandwiched between this Bamberger subdivision and the Florentine subdivision. We've got to be able to maintain that line. So that's where city staff is at.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, just to kind of expound just quickly on that, I think some of the confusion is this public versus private. I think the discussion is that the city did not want to accept a public line in that 20-foot rear yard easement. And so there was at least a mention is whether the city would allow a private line there. And either way, we concluded at the DRC that a private or versus public in that was not going to be our recommendation.
I have a question for city staff. The argument was made that I found kind of intriguing, this concept of I want the same property rights as my neighbor relative to drainage. Could someone address that and the reaction from city staff to that argument?
I'm happy to answer that. I don't think it's apples to apples in terms of property rights. The neighboring subdivision paid for and installed a subdrain system. This subdivision did not. It's in a high water table. That's why the plat says you can't have basements, because you didn't want to put in the money for a system at the time you developed. And so it's a completely different piece of property with different property rights in terms of drainage. So that's my comment on equal property rights. Did that answer your question?
It did. I was looking for the clarification. That's how I was thinking, but I wanted some expert opinion on that.
So I'll chime in here and 100% support our city staff on this one. Number one, I lived in this exact area for several years, and I was on Channel 2 News for the water in my basement more than once. So it is a high water table level. I can't imagine I can't imagine doing anything that would make you be able to put a basement in that area. The water table was, there was times when we had 15 inches of water in our basement. I also think the same as Lisa, where she says these people purchased this property and they already knew what the requirements on it was. And so I don't think it's apples to apples where they purchased the property. Wayne knew what the requirements were, and that's why he didn't build on those properties. And now they've purchased them. And Randy took me on a ride. I wish I could give you an address, not after being too long being on the council when, I was just trying to take care of everybody, and showed me the drains in the back of, and I can't tell you the street, but maybe Kevin can, where they had neighbors complaining about neighbors. Tree roots had gone through, so it was flooding other neighbors. And he's like, the city's got to do something, but yet it's not our problem. The leaves were getting down in them. It was a horrible mess. And at the time he told me that the drains in the backyard was never a good idea. So I did learn that from Randy early on. So I will support our staff 100% in this.
Yeah, I've had an out-of-body experience, but we had the public hearing portion yet?
No, we've got to go to that.
Okay.
Yep. Let's go to the public hearing. We can come back. You okay, Councilwoman Ivy? Okay. So this is a public hearing on Bamberger Station 2 plat amendment. We welcome any comments from the public on this matter. On your screen, you can see how you can call in, or you can raise your hand if you're listening to the Zoom, and I will look for those raised hands and those calls. The public hearing is now open. I can't see any raised hands, not being informed that there's any calls, so we will close the public hearing. And we will come back to if there is any further questions of the applicant or staff from council.
I have a question, and I ought to know this answer by now. When they talk about a 15-foot easement on center, does that mean, I thought that meant that the line is going through the middle and you've got 7.5 feet on each side. But when I heard the applicant, it sounded like the applicant thought that putting it behind the sidewalk would then mean 15 feet additional toward the building of an easement. Can you clarify that for me, Kevin, maybe, or?
Yeah, the front yard easement, 15-foot wide, centered. So yeah, you're correct. 7.5 feet each side of the line doesn't hurt the applicant because their front yard setback is, I think, 25 some odd feet. But where it hurts the applicant is on this lot 5. They would have to jog to the north and then jog to the east all the time, giving us a 15-foot easement. So that's where the narrowness of the lot, I guess the width of the lot is not great enough. They're losing 15 feet on one side of probably the north side of lot 5. So I think that's what he was explaining.
And it's not possible to put it down the property line and have the 7.5 feet on each property owner, rather than having it be all on one property owner's?
I think we could do that if it was a very restrictive easement where no fences were allowed or gates, or, and there was a hard surface that the city could drive up and down. We've had issues with, a normal lot has a 7-foot side yard easement. And so sometimes they'll say, oh, well, let's put them down the property line. But inevitably a fence goes in. And then if we want to drive up and down that easement, the city crews, we're removing and replacing fences, which can get expensive. So the side yards they get a little bit tricky.
So
My
the
question
reason
is,
that we want to go down at that diagonal is we don't want to have a manhole. We want to have a straight shot from Florentine Villas cul-de-sac to the front, right behind the sidewalk. And that's because we can't access a manhole that is in someone's backyard with our vac trucks. It becomes almost unmaintainable. So if you look at the back of lot 5 where it's stubbed right now, if we jogged it over to the property line, we would be adding a manhole right at where it's stubbed and then a manhole at the property line, which we can't access to maintain. And that's the biggest issue. And then the other reason is that lot, let's see, what is it, 211? They've got a huge row of trees all along their backyard, and trees are notorious for plugging our subdrain lines. And even if we go PVC, we still have the manholes, and that's where we're getting a main intrusion point from roots, is into the manhole itself.
and so logistically, that as the bird flies diagonal line is necessary, is what you're saying. There's no way to avoid that for the
We
city's
put a
needs.
manhole, we can't get to it.
Okay, well, I mean, I know we love to evaluate these things thoroughly and see if there is something that makes sense, but I'm just going to trust staff on this one, that the ordinances are written as they are for a reason. And so we've held a public hearing.
Yeah, we had the public hearing. I'm looking for a motion.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we, yeah.
Yes,
Lisa,
yes.
what do you think, Mayor?
Applicant,
Yes, can I comment?
yeah, you can comment quickly.
What I'd like to know is the Florentine Villas that is in this same high water table area that has this land drain. I am a builder and developer and have done lots of these land drains, and they've been very good. So has Florentine Villa with the land drain had any of these problems? I know Councilmember Meekum expressed, I don't know if she had the land drain in her house or if there's been some problems there, because that's a concern to me building a house there. But I'd like to see if that's a real problem.
I can answer that. The answer is no, but they're all in the middle of the road. They're not in anybody's yard.
Okay.
Thanks, Cameron. Okay, Councilwoman Fillmore.
I'd make a motion that we deny the plat amendment based off Public Works and City Engineer recommendations of the problems associated with private lines in backyards.
Second that motion.
We have motion to second.
Yeah, and
Second.
I would add to what, staff has, I think, done a good job at looking at this. We do know as a council, the largest issue we have in the city related to water is drainage. We get that complaint all over the city for various reasons, and I see no reason, as Tammy pointed out originally, there's no upside for the city to override its ordinances in this particular case, and I think that it represents more problems down the line if we were to grant it.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Let's take a roll call vote. Councilwoman Ivy,
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum,
Aye.
Councilman Ince.
Well, I was muted. I've been trying to get a word in.
You could say your word with your with your aye or nay.
Oh, crap. I was going to, I'll vote aye. Never mind.
Okay. Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
And Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
So that motion passes. It was phrased to reject. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mr. Haskell and Mr. Argyle, that we can have this, good to have this discussion on this. We appreciate all your thoughts. Lisa, did you have something to say?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to let the applicant know that, as staff, we understand how frustrating this can be, but we have tried to give them some options, and we're certainly willing, if you want to schedule another DRC meeting with us, to continue to talk and find some solutions.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Haskell, there's an option, and I appreciate everyone's giving this time to discuss it and thoroughly hear both sides of us. So thank you. Let's go to item number 4, the agenda. This is an interlocal agreement for the Davis County Animal Control Services. And Brent's been talking with Animal Control a bit, and he's going to address this for us. Brent?
Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. So before you is an interlocal agreement with Davis County for them to continue providing animal services for Centerville City. I have invited Roland Cook, who's been patiently waiting. I appreciate Mr. Cook for waiting. So I've asked him, he's fairly new, been on the job 6 months, doing an amazing job. We're really lucky to have him overseeing such an important service that the county provides. This agreement is, our last agreement was expired on December 31st. This agreement amendment is to continue our existing services with a slight increase from our current pay of $35,887 up to, oh shoot, I just lost it, 50,000, just over 50,000. I'll get the right number in just a moment. So there is a slight increase, but I'm going to hand it off to Roland, hopefully to introduce yourself and let us know what's going on with animal control, and also what's in this agreement.
All right, great, Brent. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor Wilkinson, and members of the City Council. And I know you're all, you got a million things on the agenda, and I've been doing government work for a long time. I spent 32 years in corrections, so I understand all the things you got. What I want you to know, and I wanted to make sure that our goal, with at least from my standpoint, is to make sure that we're improving our service and changing the way that animal care looks in Davis County. I know most of you know that the previous director and the deputy director and the vet were all removed about 6 months ago, and then that's when I came in. We're going to be spending a lot of time on enhancing our communications, which is why I'm here tonight with all of you. We're going to be making a lot of proactive efforts instead of just reactive. Hopefully you'll start to see a more professionalized form of care. You should also see it in our employees and stuff. There's a lot of great employees here. We've been spending lots of time. I don't know how many of you have actually taken a tour of the facility. When I got here, I'll be honest, it was a mess. It's pretty much disgusting. And we spent the first 3 months cleaning and organizing. In fact, took 3 of those big neighborhood dumpsters worth of garbage and stuff out of this facility. We're going to be enhancing volunteers throughout our organization. We've already done that in enhancing our community service and connection. In fact, we have one of our first vaccination clinics for Davis County residents. I think this one's going to be out at West Point, but it provides a free microchip when you purchase the license, and $8 for vaccinations and stuff. I could go on a ton. What I want you guys to know is that I'm available to all of you, not just to Brent, but whenever you need me. I gave my contact information to Brent. If there's something you need, or your constituents have a question, you want me to follow up with them, that's my job. I'm used to going all the time from my previous positions and stuff that I held. In this contract, it's to help us get from where we've been. Actually, I've heard a lot of frustrations from a lot of the city managers, lack of consistency and transparency with the current budget and the way that it's handled. So hopefully there's some legislation in the works right now that's looking at changing the funding to a county tax levy that would move it all to the county's responsibility. That would take a little while to talk about, but I wanted you to know our focus is going to be to get that cleaned up, hopefully get a new facility in the next few years, and then just be here to serve you guys the very best I can. And that's enough talking for me. Do you guys have any questions of me?
Roland, I'm thrilled this is Mayor Wilkinson, thrilled to make your acquaintance. I've been up there twice since I've been mayor. And so I've taken 2 different tours of it. Thrilled to hear it was cleaned up. And thrilled, and I'd look to get up there at another tour with you. So does this change the time frame on what we're looking for a new facility, on some of the changes you're making, or what are you recommending?
Well, I don't think that it changes the time frame. In fact, the commissioners have me looking at different areas and different lands and putting together some information so that we can get a sorry, it's been a long day for me. I'm sitting here. You think I'd know it, as many jails and stuff as I've done. Anyway, we're gonna have people come in and tell us and do the research and take a look at what we're going to need here in Davis County going into the future, rather than just saying we're gonna build a facility that looks like something that's in Pocatello. We're gonna have that sort of study done that they can help us figure out what's gonna be the best place for it to be located, as well as what level of care we want to provide and so on. So I don't know that there's any change in that. In fact, they've had their foot on the gas with me since I got here. I helped site the Salt Lake County Jail back in 2000, helped build that. And I'm the one that was responsible for finding the place for the new prison out by the airport. Did a lot of work with that during my 5 years as executive director. So that seems to be a priority. That's one of the reasons why they brought me in here. Obviously, I'm not the animal care expert. I have those people here. My job is to help bring some organization to this this department and get this animal care where it needs to be.
Great, nice to meet you. When you first came on with that black chair and that black jacket, until I saw the label, I thought you were a judge. So.
No, I definitely don't have those qualifications. No, not that smart.
I have a question for you, because it was all over our Facebook just in the last few weeks. And then I noticed on our agenda tonight that it talked about the fact that you don't do wildlife anymore at all. So what are people supposed to do with their raccoons?
So unfortunately, that decision was made before I got here. I've already had one of the commissioners ask, Roland, is that something you can do? The thing I would tell you is that one of the challenges that I've seen right off the bat is the lack of resources. And when he asked me, Roland, is there some way that we could get that up and running? And I said, well, let's keep the door open that the reality is we would need more people to be able to do that job. When I looked at the numbers, and we don't have a lot of data here, that's the other thing, we're not very data driven. But when I did look at the numbers, we were spending the majority of our time on wildlife calls. And the decision was made. They met with the city managers and also with animal care leadership at the time, and they made a decision to go away from that. The answer to your question, we have links on our website that people can go to. It actually takes them to the Division of Wildlife Resources, and there's a link there that provides all the list of the private providers, the folks that actually go out and capture raccoons and skunks and stuff like that. So it's been moved to the private sector.
Okay.
I guess.
What is it that you do?
What's that?
So if you don't do skunks and raccoons, which is our major problem, you do dogs and cats and rabbits and maybe some chickens?
Or you make it sound like that's not much. And I can tell you,
Well, I apologize. I'll just tell you, I live in a very skunk and raccoon infested area.
yes.
And so once in a blue moon, I will see a loose dog. Almost every time I go out driving, I will see something else.
Well, I wish I had an answer for you that could solve that. What I can tell you is that I can provide you some information that I pulled together after I got here. It wasn't communicated very well that those changes were going to be made. We had another meeting in October with the city managers to make sure everyone was still on board with us not providing that particular care, and everyone voted to keep to no longer deal with the wildlife. I definitely have enough to do here, and I know maybe it doesn't seem like a lot with the cats and the dogs, with the chickens and the ducks and the snakes and the rats and the rabbits. And I got my hands full. And I can tell you that the people that we have here are completely pegged as far as how much work they can do. And what I really want my animal control officers doing is patrolling and being proactive and trying to help. One of the things we've tried to do is I told them that if they're seeing stuff like this, or if they have a citizen that stops them and says, what can we do? Don't just send them to a website like I'm doing to you tonight, because I don't have anything here with me to be able to hand you through virtual. But to provide them that information and show them here's who you can contact, here's who you can call. But at this time, that's not a service that we provide.
Okay, but you do rats? You mentioned rats in your list.
Yeah, we have. In fact, we had 8 brought to us last week. What's amazing is they docked out pretty quick. We have 2 left, but I have plenty of rabbits. If you need a rabbit. No? Okay.
So I'm just going to echo what Stephanie was saying. I live in a completely different part of town, and it's at least once a year that we end up getting raccoon troubles that I have to deal with on my property. So I would encourage, if it's possible, to figure out how many FTEs you need to accomplish that, and look at adjusted rates, because I think it's been a valuable service to the community, and I'd like to see it continue. And I also have to say thank you for all your service with the prisons, and I'm tickled by the idea that you're just dealing with smaller inmates.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And you guys, again, I don't think it's a lost cause. In fact, some of my folks would get mad at me for saying this, but I'm in the building by myself tonight. And as I told you, the commissioners still have that thought that that's something we can do. My biggest challenge, again, is trying to get some data-driven information so that we can actually say, all right, I need 2 people dedicated to this particular aspect of what we do. So it's still out there. Communicate to each other. I know you guys all talk too, and hopefully we'll get to a resolution with that.
So I guess
talking to our city manager.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It sounds like we better be talking to our city manager if he voted for that to go away.
Yep.
So I will share that I am not opposed, and I do support the idea of providing wildlife services, but at what cost? And that's the analysis that needs to be conducted. But I will share that Davis County, even with some of its struggles, has actually been one of the premier animal control, animal services organization. In fact, when I was trying to stand up animal care services in Yuma, I reached out to the director of Davis County at the time because we were paying $700,000 a year just to deal with dogs, and so that's one of the struggles. So we're talking about the list that Roland had just listed off is actually really great in terms of the animal care control world, that they're even providing anything beyond dogs. Cats is a totally different animal, pun intended, and trying to manage feral cats. And I don't know if the analysis has been done about how many feral cats we have in Davis County alone, but I estimated 57,000 feral cats in Yuma. And so how do you deal with feral cats and the colonies and the people that want to feed them and people who want to exterminate them? It's really controversial. So I will just say that I love that the county provides animal care services for us. And for me, it's a blank check. So anyway,
I apologize for being a pain in the neck, but I guess, Brent, you said 35 to 50. That's not a small increase.
No, it's a pretty significant increase, and
It's
Ron, I'll
close
let you
to
discuss.
50%. And at the same point in time, and I don't know when we lost the raccoon service, that has been a extensively used service and a major problem. I would ask, with all the stuff that you got rid of, I hope you didn't get rid of the traps that you used to loan to people, because for many years before I acquired my own, I borrowed traps from Davis County and then took them back full. I was unaware of this change. And frankly, turnaround time on a dog call is 2 to 3 hours. And stray dogs don't stay in your yard for 2 to 3 hours. It's an absolute waste of time. So I apologize for being a thorn in your side, but you scrubbed a beneficial service and we aren't getting the other one.
And we're paying more for it.
And we're paying 50% more.
But we
Well, we're not
inherited
paying
it.
50%
Inherited.
more. I don't know. We're definitely not paying 50% more, Brent. When I sent that contract over, it's an 11% increase, and you guys are actually seeing 14 to 15% increases over the last couple of years. So the other thing about the traps are still here. In fact, I get calls from people, and I was told when that was happening that I actually had people who were hunting them, and it was a contest amongst the people to get the raccoons out. The decision was made. There is no resources up here, and it's been ignored for a long time. And we do our very best, whether it's 3 to 4 hours that you're saying to go to a dog call. I hope that's not the case, because we're certainly monitoring that. And you'll also see that we will be doing over the next probably about 60 days, going from, instead of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, we are expanding from Monday to Sunday and trying to cover all hours except for probably midnight till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. But again, that takes time to get people staffed and for us to get hired people up here. So what I would encourage is that absolutely, I know I don't mind being rubbed, and I don't mind trying to deal with some of the challenges, but I also have realities for you, and I'd be glad to show those to you.
And I do appreciate you doing the clinics and the cheaper shots, because I know there's a lot of people that don't get their dogs or their animals vaccinated. And so that part, I give you great kudos for. I'm really, I think if the county steps out and does that, we're going to have healthier animals and healthier communities, because people are going to be able to afford to take care of their animals properly. So I'm very pleased. I think you're doing some great things, but we only lost taking the raccoons away last July. So it does seem weird that we're going up $15,000 and we're probably taking away the thing that we use most.
Well, I can't sit here. I definitely can't sit here and say, what do you use most, whether it was the raccoon service or whether it's all of the animal care service. But I'd be glad to look at that and report that back to you, or send it back to Brent so that he can show you what you're getting.
That would be very interesting. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you for all you do. We're not trying to attack you.
It's baptism by fire, and you're right in terms of data driven. When I took the tour up there, being an IT professional, I looked around. I'm like, wow, this is really scant on any type of inventory tracking or anything that would lead me to believe you even could generate that data. So
that's it's actually a nightmare. And I come from, again, I thought I came from nightmare from corrections, not having data. We actually had a ton. And even tracking things, when I got here, we were in trouble with the DEA because they weren't tracking controlled substance use, including the use that was on all those raccoons that were being euthanized. So we're trying, we got to get our hands around a lot of things, but these are the kind of discussions. They're hard, Bill. I'm used to getting fired on. And these are the kind of conversations we have to have so we can get better, and it won't happen overnight. It's been 6 months, and again, I've turned some correctional organizations around, and this one's been pretty difficult. A lot of challenge, a lot of personnel issues and things, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, that's why I'm here on the phone tonight or on Zoom.
well, yeah, it's baptism by fire. We appreciate it. I want to help you out in saying that I would like to vote that we approve resolution 2106, which is Amendment 6 to the interlocal agreement.
Do we have a second to that?
I think it's 2105, George.
2106, what's listed.
2021-06.
But so, well, it's 05. Okay, so it's 05 on the actual resolution in the packet. It's 06. So 2105 as the attached material. You're right, Bill. So 2105.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mayor,
discussion, sorry.
Yeah, just for a moment. I know that over the past several years, at least, we used to get a report of what our calls were by area and by type of call. Is that something that maybe we could send back and say, here's what we've had in the past as the reports coming to us, if they haven't been kept over the long haul?
We haven't been getting reports regularly on this item, and that's one of the things we're missing. And that's part of the issues that we've had as city managers.
We just barely sent out report just the other day, Brent, to all the different.
Yes, I just got that one, and I'll be sending that one out.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the previous reports.
I think Stephanie's talking about, Brent, over the last
several years,
5, 6, 7, 8 years, and your history would only go 2. Yeah. Historically, we have had reports of calls and numbers of calls and those things.
I could review and see if there's anything in Steve's files.
Okay.
Yeah, I do know that we got them because there was one year where I knew several of that. They had some rabies and stuff, and I knew who those people were. So it was kind of funny to get 3 rabies, and I know who they were. So I know we did get reports after I was on council.
Brent, let me know what you need. We were able to pull some information just the other day for Boyer Hill. So let me know. We had to do it. I mean, and you have to go back. It's difficult because you're really doing it manually, but we can produce some things, especially if it's specific. If we want to know something specific, we can address that.
Well, I think the concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, council, is just trying to identify, again, the primary use and the wildlife that collection that's occurred in Centerville and losing that benefit, what that means, and the adjustment that needs to be made. If you have residents starting to call out a pest control extermination service, what does that cost? And it might be less expensive for us to have a larger, your organization providing that than going with a private. But we recognize that there'll be a cost increase. But
Okay.
is that correct, council? Is that kind of what I heard from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion? Let's vote. Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilman Ince.
Aye.
Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Roland, I could tell by your personality and how you're trying to get your hands around things and get data that we're going to get to the bottom of this. When you say you came in and the raccoon service and skunk service was already canceled. I mean, I guess it's a call from me to Commissioner Elliott to see what their thinking was. I don't know if other cities don't have the same problem, but I could see that you are trying to get your hands around this. And I think Councilwoman Ivy, that as evidence, we'll start getting reports again. And I could just tell that our animal control leader and coordinator is more on top of it.
I tell you what, if there's anything, these are always difficult to be able to get down to the roots or to the grass and stuff. If any of you want something from me or want to meet with me separately and go over some things, I'd be glad to do it. Just let me know. Just reach out to me and I'll be glad to meet with you.
And I applaud you extending the hours. I know that
Absolutely.
that's a huge.
I can't believe it. Honestly, I'm, you know, it's, I don't understand how we could go Monday through Friday 8 to 5. Some of it was blamed, like everything gets blamed.
Always behaving on the weekend, you know.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ronald, if you've extended the hours, we better let you get out there catching some animals. So thanks for your time.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will share that Senate Bill 104 is the bill that's being discussed at the state, allowing animal care services to be a tax levy. The city managers of Davis County will be meeting at 7:30 tomorrow to discuss it and try to help, because in all honesty, we do support the idea, as we feel to be more fair across the board on what that assessment would be. But we're going to be discussing the merits in a little more detail tomorrow and what we can do to support. Because really preempting some future conversations, you're seeing this increase. That some of the conversations that are occurring is the need for a new facility. And these increases will, I would say, double, maybe triple if we're talking about a new facility. And that's the realist, you know, the realistic, the reality that we're dealing with in terms of animal care. We're paying, like I said, we're paying $50,000. That's still a heck of a deal in the world that I've worked in animal care. I know it's an increase and we're losing some services, but the service is being provided nonetheless. So, did I say anything out of line there, Roland?
No, I'll see you in the morning, 7:30.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks you guys.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Brent. Okay. We got Mark that's been waiting here. We got a tree trimming bid award. Mark, you want to talk to us about this?
So what it is from the windstorm back in September, there was 2 areas on the frontage road that were affected. The first one's about 1750 north there by the Utopia shed. There's a group of trees. The second one is approximately 950 north frontage road in the, I guess the pond area. The third one is from 400 West to Main Street on 400 South on the south side of the road, or on the south side of, I believe that's Dual Creek that runs down through there on the south side of 400 South. I reached out to 3 or 4 different contractors a couple weeks after after we had got everything cleaned up, and I didn't have very good luck getting contractors to get me prices for the projects. One contractor told me that they just flat out didn't have the time or the manpower to do it. So what we have is a bid from Diamond Tree Expert to take care of the 3 sites. 2 of the sites on the frontage road, we have had complaints from the residents on, whether it's kids playing in it, making a mess, or the trees affecting the yards on the one where the pond is. So our recommendation is we move forward with having Diamond come in and do the work to get the trees trimmed up, some of them removed that they deem are hazards, and just clean the areas up good.
Thanks, Mark. I want to ask Jake or Brant a question, or maybe you know Mark as well too. So we declared a state of emergency the same day that the governor came and visited us. He declared a state of emergency while he was here. I read where FEMA, where President Trump approved it just before he left office. So FEMA money for us. So do we know what we're getting in FEMA money?
Let Jacob respond first.
Well, this is going through two things here. First, it's going through our insurance through IRMA. So whatever IRMA doesn't pay, then that's covered by FEMA. The thing to keep in mind with FEMA, though, it is a 25% match. The good thing about 25% match is we can count our labor and the use of our equipment, our fuel, that sort of thing towards it. So really this cost that Mark is talking about is going to be covered pretty much entirely by insurance and FEMA if it's not covered by the insurance.
And the donations from the neighboring cities also count towards that in kind. So we've documented all of those in kind.
Okay, I just wanted council to be aware of all that background.
So we're not going to need a budget amendment to account for this.
Okay. Any questions from Mark from council on this?
I'm not familiar with the one up at 1700 North, but the one at 950 Frontage Road, I go by there very frequently, and it is bad at the moment, but it's generally bad on an ongoing basis. Is that not something that should be maintained and controlled on an ongoing basis? And is there a reason we don't do that? Is it someone else's responsibility?
So it is an ongoing problem. And over the years, we have had some contractors come in and do some cleanup on it. I'm not savvy to what the county might have for involvement with it, with us. But I know we have cleaned it up a couple times over the last few years. Maybe it's something we need to look at budgeting some monies for on an annual basis to clean it up, so it isn't such a big hit every few years.
It just gets out of control very quickly, and I don't know.
Yeah, and they're going to come in and clean up all everything that's overgrown and cut all the dead out, everything. And I've walked it with them, and they've got a good game plan.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions, or do I have a motion to approve this?
I'd make a motion that we approve awarding the tree trimming bid contract to Diamond Tree Experts in the amount of $93,000 for storm cleanup.
I'll agree. I'll second that.
I have a motion, a second. Further discussion? Do a roll call vote. Councilman Ince?
Aye.
Councilman McEwen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore?
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Meekum?
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Mark, thanks for your time, and
thank you, guys.
Thanks for waiting. Lisa, you have something to say on this one?
No.
Okay. Okay. It's almost 9. Are you ready to continue to plow forward? Would you like a break for a little bit?
Lisa looks like she's ready to go. I saw a nod.
Okay, let's move then. If everybody's good. Okay. We will move to item number 6 then. This is the municipal code and fee schedule amendment on upright headstones. And Lisa, you ready?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council.
She took her break. She went off screen and took her break, so she's good to go. Go ahead.
Oh, I've been here. Yes, you have before you an ordinance amendment as well as a resolution for a fee schedule amendment. At the last city council meeting, the council directed staff to prepare an ordinance to essentially repeal the restriction on upright monument headstones in the Centerville Cemetery. This would allow upright headstones in all areas of the cemetery other than Plat D due to the topography. So essentially, this is repealing what the council had adopted in 2018. So I went back to the 2018 ordinance and just put back in areas where these upright headstones will be allowed. And then also just a quick amendment to the fee schedule, because unfortunately in the fee schedule, we had mentioned, that you can only have upright monument headstones in Plat E. So I just eliminated that language to say you can only have upright monument headstones in areas specifically allowed by ordinance. So I took that out, but that did require a second resolution. So we're happy to discuss or answer any questions, but we're recommending approval of ordinance 2021-2 and resolution 2021-4 regarding the elimination of the prohibition on upright headstones.
Do these need to be done separately?
No, you can do them together.
I'd make a motion that we approve ordinance 2021-02 with regard to upright monuments being allowed, and resolution 2021-04 on the cemetery fee schedule as presented.
Second.
We'll give that one to Councilman Meekum, since I gave it to Ivy before on a tie. So we have a motion by Councilman Ince, a second by Councilwoman Ivy. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question to staff. So the recommendation to approve this comes from and I'm going to put words in somebody's mouth and hopefully somebody agrees with me, that we are out of burial spaces and we are no longer seeking to find additional burial spaces, which is what makes this possible. Lisa wasn't going to touch that one. I was hoping Brant would.
That is the understanding from staff. As staff, that we will not be seeking any more spaces.
One thing to point out, though, is that, this is lifting it for everybody, not just before or after July. So people could technically go back in and change some of what we already have as markers and make those monuments, making it even more difficult. But I think that problem is understood.
And thanks for that clarification, Councilman McEwen. That's it. That is what we talked about 2 weeks ago in the work session. So any further discussion or clarification? All right, let's vote on it then. Councilman Ince.
Aye.
Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
And Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Lisa, for drafting those. Okay, let's move to item number 7, and this is the cemetery niche wall discussion. And this was, we'll have Bruce talk about this, but before he does, this is something that we had a little bit misunderstanding on, that we thought that we felt that they were given a go ahead. I never thought that they were. Brant went back into the minutes and checked, and there was never a go ahead given on it. So let's move forward right now and seeing what we do have and determining that. So Bruce or Brant?
Well, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll kick it off and play off what you had stated. Go off what you had stated. And it's true. In September 18th of 2018, there was a conversation that occurred as council, and the niche wall was proposed as an idea, not proposed as being funded. There was no motion to approve the funds to build a niche wall. But I found the discussion kind of fascinating in terms of where it went, and gave a little bit more background and some considerations for us as staff and maybe you as council. The proposal from Steve Thacker was to take this proposal and actually create essentially a cemetery master plan with the niche wall being considered, and maybe potentially some mausoleums and some retaining walls. So it really evolved into a bigger idea, but then you read other minutes and then other ideas were proposed. And and so became a bigger thing. And then there was a transition between Steve and myself in March, the following March. And again, that wasn't really conveyed to me, but I do want to revisit some of those conversations of a cemetery master plan, regardless if we expand our cemetery services. I think there might be interesting to see where the niche wall conversation goes. We see how quickly they sell, and maybe looking into some sort of essentially a master plan for our existing cemetery and what we can do to either beautify it or just get the most out of our existing cemetery. But one of the other questions I had was the niche wall. Does the money come out of the perpetual care fund or general fund? And again, Steve had made the recommendation at that time that it come out of the general fund. And I totally support that. The funds will be recouped with the sales of the niche wall. And so again, I propose that. Another interesting thing that going back to 2002, the conversation I read about the establishment and creation of this perpetual care fund. And the intent of the care fund, this perpetual care fund, was essentially to be a trust. And I know we had some financial issues with it a few years ago, but I kind of found that having that money set aside and we use the interest from that trust essentially to pay for the maintenance cost in the cemetery. I think there should be some desire to get back to that place and try to really preserve, because our perpetual care fund is really limited, and we just purchased a truck out of that fund as well. So just wanted to let council know that over the next few months, I would like to, as staff, we will review the perpetual care fund, and I'd like to make a recommendation to you on how we rebuild those reserves. Anyway, just some background information I thought could be useful. Any questions on what I shared? Okay, I'm gonna hand it off to Bruce.
Yeah. Hey, Brent, can I share my screen? Thank you, council and mayor, for letting me come and present this to you. And I think back when this was first proposed, the actual proposal is the same one that I brought to you a few years ago. And in talking with the company, surprisingly enough, they're willing to still hold to that price range. But I do need to make one correction. I'm not recommending that we award a bid to Rocky Mountain Monument. I'm recommending that you approve funding for a niche wall not to exceed the costs that are in the proposal from Rocky Mountain Monument. I actually have another proposal, and I think we might even get a third that can meet or match the quality or exceed the quality at a lower cost. So I'm confident that these numbers won't go higher, but I think I can still save us some money and maybe get a better quality product. So that's with that small change in what we're recommending. Is I thought I might just give you a quick couple pictures of and some things of what the niche walls look like, where we might put them. Answer any questions specific to them. I did a little research. The question was asked at the last work session, what are the cremation rates of our area? And so I've called the different mortuaries and got the rates on those things. So am I able to share my screen now?
Should be able to, Bruce.
Okay, so this, can you see a niche wall?
Not yet.
Okay, let's see.
They're in the package.
Yes. So, and I have a couple different ones and things I can show you, but I don't know why you can't see my screen. Let's see. Maybe I need to. Is there something on my end I need to? Speaker view full screen. No. Anyway, like you said, Bill, this I think it's the one you're looking at, but here's a 48 niche wall that was just recently installed at the Bountiful City Cemetery. There's 4 rows of 6. Okay, so these are similar. There's 2 48 niche walls there, and with a larger one in the middle. This one's actually at the Larkin Cemetery and Gardens up in Sandy area. the one that Bountiful Cemetery, interestingly enough, they sell the niches for different prices. The bottom row is $600 a niche. The next row up is $700. Next row is $800. The top row is $900. So apparently it's more desirable, and people are willing to pay more to be a little bit higher up on the wall. That news to me. I thought they'd all be the same. Let's see. Also, I was just going to show quickly again in the area in the cemetery where I'm recommending, we have space that we could make I think, a very attractive cremation garden or walk with if it turns out to be something that becomes a demand, we could add multiple niche walls that we start with one and see how they sell. That leads me to the cremation rates. I was able to speak with Larkin Mortuary, Lindquist Mortuary, and also Rustin Brothers Mortuary. Larkin says that they're currently at 37% cremations. Lindquist is at 38% cremation, and Rustin said that they're at 15% cremations. They all agreed that the rate is increasing quite rapidly. They said it was not that many years ago that these rates were in the single digits. So there is an increasing demand, and I don't know that was the question you were wanting answered or not, but that's kind of what I found out from the different mortuaries. I would recommend that we do a design with a meandering sidewalk, that we put one of these niche walls in, and like I say, if it turns out there's a much higher demand and we can provide this service to more people, we could add additional niche walls. I think in this area, there's the potential of possibly 4 or 5 of these niche walls. But I think we start with one and see how it goes. One interesting thing with niche walls, different than graves, is when someone is cremated, they don't have to buy a niche or like they have to buy a grave in a cemetery. They can choose to put their ashes on the mantle or have them scattered over their cabin property or in their own garden if they'd like. So people don't have to buy niches like they have to be buried if they choose not to be cremated. So I think you're looking at the aerial photograph of the cemetery. The white rectangle is our double depth and additional area that we expanded the cemetery. Just west of that, between the entrance, it's heavily covered with tree canopy in that picture. But that's one of the areas. I think, did I give you a couple of ground level photographs of the area?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
So Bruce, help me. I ran the numbers. No, wait a minute. I think I may have made a mistake. $48, so it would be 12. All right, scratch the question. I did it based on your row of 6, row of 6, row of 6, row of 6. That only comes to about $18,000, but these things are 48, not 24.
Right. 24 on each side, and yeah.
Okay.
If you picked, say you chose to sell them all for $800, your return is $38,400. So there's not a problem of returning the investment. Depends on how you price them, but that's not a difficult. So yeah, there's a ground level photograph from the south end of that area that I think would make for a very nice cremation garden. Any other questions?
What is the size of a niche?
It's about a square foot. The ones over at the Bountiful Cemetery, those squares are about a 12-inch square, and it goes back about the same, 12 inches back and 12, so it's about a square foot.
So does that mean that somebody would be allowed to put in multiple urns?
I think that the places that have the niche walls have made restrictions to limit it to 2, the remains of 2, because of both the space to write, that serves as their headstone marker, that fit.
Right.
And so I think they have limited to two. You could make ordinances or restrictions, however, as you set the pricing, maybe you charge per remains. There's a cost for the niche, but then there's also an additional cost if you add additional remains to that niche. So you could set that up as a policy making body.
Okay.
We will need to bring back a fee schedule amendment one, and then also some policy, again, the pricing tiers, if that's something council wants to consider. This would be, once this is approved prior to the construction or the completion of the construction, we do need to finalize the pricing, and so that will come back to you in the future.
Are there any other questions regarding niche wall? I think back a couple of years ago, we all agreed it was a good idea. We were just needed to decide funding, how we were going to fund it, and we needed to decide maybe did we want a master plan. And I think that we just go ahead and we design it so that if we build one and it slowly fills up and we decide we don't need another one, it's going to look nice, but we also plan that if we want to add a few more or as demand dictates, we can. So that's my recommendation.
I think that's absolutely valid, and I would be willing to make the motion to approve Bruce's proposal that except that I would say, well, I don't know. No, I'm gonna leave it the same. That he get a niche wall started with a master plan that would accommodate 4 or 6, but start with 1, and not to exceed the price in the Rocky Mountain proposal.
No, second to that?
I'll second that. I beat you.
Second one from Councilwoman Fillmore. So any further questions or discussion? Sorry. Okay, let's take a vote. Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Councilwoman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilman Ince.
Aye.
And Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. Bruce, thank you. Proceed ahead quickly on that since you got the approval. And if you could find one of better quality at the same price or lower, that's fabulous.
The time frame that they're giving me is about 4 months in order to get the granite and line things up. So best case scenario is we have one ready to sell in 4 months.
This will require a budget amendment to the general fund.
Can I ask one other question about cemetery issues? I know this is half Bruce, half Lisa, I think. It's my recollection that there are a large number of spaces that we do not know what has become of the owners. We attempted to find them in a drive a couple of years ago when we first found out about our impending problem. We found a few, but not very many. Is that correct? And how many spaces are there that we don't know what has happened to the owners?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think it's a large number, but Lisa, do you know?
No, I don't know the numbers.
I know we have contact information for most all owners, and I know we'd send out letters asking anyone who had 4 or more unused spaces if they would be interested in selling them back to the city. And as far as I know, we had contact information for all of those owners that had 4 or more unused spaces. So we could gather that information and get back to you, but I don't think it's a large number, if very big at all.
I was thinking that the number that was out there that we couldn't find was 200 or 300. It may not be that large, but I think that that's something that we should continue to pursue. And Lisa, didn't you provide us with some information at one time about what could be done to, in effect, appropriate spaces if we didn't know what happened to the owners and had no contact with them for a period of time?
Yes, there's a statutory procedure, I believe that, yeah, I had prepared a memo some time ago on what the procedure would be to reclaim some of those burial spaces after, many decades or, quite some time. I don't remember the time frame in the statute, but I could resurrect that research as well.
I would appreciate it. I think we have a problem at the moment and the niche wall helps, but anything we can do to bridge that problem, we should be doing.
This is not what we did to Councilmember Meekum. We didn't resell her. But no, we definitely need to look into that and get a better idea. I think anything at this point with the cemetery, and that was my proposal at the beginning, was looking at anything we can do to maximize our existing cemetery with or without, if we move forward or find additional space. I think we need to just really maximize what we have in this existing cemetery, doing an analysis, and reclaiming any spaces that we possibly can. I agree.
Okay.
Anything else, anybody? Bruce, thank you. Thanks for staying up late with us. All right. See ya. Let's go to item number 8. We're getting there. We can see the end of the tunnel. Interlocal agreement, Davis County Election Services, 2021 municipal election. We have initiated by Janet. Janet, are you talking on this, or is Lisa or somebody else?
This would be the first Utah election for me. So if someone else wants to explain things, that would be great. I've been reading the Utah code all about elections, but this is the first election I would be in charge of in Utah.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Janet or Lisa on this? Brent, you have anything you want to say? You're on the screen.
I'm on the screen to support Janet. The agreement is a typical agreement to engage the county to provide the election services to the city. I was made aware today that this has been a discussion in the past in previous council meetings. I didn't have an opportunity to review those previous meetings, but open to any discussion or ideas on this particular resolution.
Any questions on this?
No, I'll just restate what I said last time, and that is, I think it stinks that the county decided to go the direction they were going to go and to basically hold us hostage, that we had to go the direction they were going because we couldn't afford to do otherwise. This most recent election on a national level does not increase my confidence on any level of by mail only voting, and having the county say that that's the way we do it is a very frustrating thing. So
I agree. I don't know what we do about it, but I agree.
Well, and then I'll put in my plug for ranked choice voting. I understand the county isn't prepared to support that. I thought on our last election cycle that was coming and it would be supported. I'm watching the state legislation on that and hope that we can end up with that option very soon.
And Councilman McEwen, you and Councilwoman Fillmore both expressed some support for that, and I liked it as well too. I actually met with the ranked choice voting people back in November, 2 of them in our council room on Tuesday I was in, and we didn't get them on the schedule for December because we were busy. And so that's I certainly, if you want the education of that, but I know that it's not popular amongst counties. There's only 2 counties that are doing ranked choice voting, but I think it's kind of intriguing myself. But it sounds like we would possibly be left to administer that on our own if we did something like that.
Well, and that's
That's what,
go ahead, Cami, sorry.
that's what's the bummer about. I mean, the state legislature has already passed a bill that allows municipalities to do the ranked choice voting, but we're at the hands of the county and whether or not they're willing.
Well, and that's the irksome bit is that part of the advantage of ranked choice voting is you don't have to hold a primary, you can hold one election. So rather than pay the county twice, we can have one and get it done.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they don't want to do it.
I will share. I'll share with the council. I did have a long conversation with Curtis this afternoon discussing ranked choice voting, and I heard it from Curtis of some of the concerns, and I will share that the county is not opposed to it, but would prefer that if it's going to be implemented at the state level, and that way the counties aren't going back and forth between ranked choice and not ranked choice, but one consistent application of the elections. So there are some concerns. Curtis went into great detail with me on some of his concerns, and I believe some are valid. But again, that's the county. In reference to what the mayor had stated, there's 2 counties that are not opposed. I'm not quite sure they're doing it, Mayor, but they're not opposed to ranked choice.
Oh, so you don't know that they're doing it?
I don't know if they're doing it. Utah County and Cache County are the 2 counties that are not opposed, but the others are pretty uniform in their strong opposition. And Mayor, if it's I did receive an email from Curtis this afternoon with 3 attachments, and I will send that to all of you for your edification.
And if you still want to be educated on ranked choice voting, even even if we were to approve this tonight, they'll come, they'll talk to us. They're pushing it hard. I mean, we'd have to let them know, it's an education thing more than anything. But if we want to try and get them sometime to a meeting.
I've had the education a couple times through, so.
You have?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't object. I just don't see much point when we don't have the control.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you could twist the commissioner's arms to taking an appointment.
Yeah, I think the reason it might be worth our time is deciding if as a council we feel strongly enough about it after getting fully educated as a council in a public setting to lobby for it, right? To write a resolution in support, to lobby and reach out to the commissioners, etc.
So I have a question for our city recorder. Are you familiar with ranked choice voting? Was it used in your prior life?
No, not at all.
It's a pretty new thing, but it's being seen fairly favorably at the state level, I believe. So I think we'll start seeing it.
I called Commissioner Stevenson today, but he was in a commission meeting, and he said he'd call me back after, and he called me if I didn't have was muted. That was my phone. While we were in council meetings, that I was going to go over it with him, where the commissioners were at on it. But I told him I'd have to talk to him tomorrow.
Okay, so are we waiting for a motion on this still?
Yes, we are.
I would move that we approve resolution 2021-07, approving the interlocal agreement with Davis County for election services for the 2021 municipal elections.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote. Councilwoman Ivy.
A very reluctant aye.
You're allowed to phrase it that way. Councilwoman Meekum.
Aye.
Councilwoman Fillmore.
Aye.
Councilman Nitz.
I agree with Stephanie, but aye.
And Councilman McEwen.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0 with 2 of the 5 reluctantly, but it is still 5. So thank you, everybody. And Janet, welcome to your first election in Utah. So, all right, let's move on. Minutes review and acceptance. We have 2 minutes to review tonight, the January 19th 2021 City Council and the January 2019, 2021 City Council work session minutes. Any, in looking them over, any changes to those minutes?
Make a motion to approve the minutes as posted.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? That just appears unanimous. Thank you. City Council report. It is Council Member Ivy Street turn this week.
As you already know, the Landmarks Commission does not have a quorum. So if you know anybody who wants to serve there, we could use it. But other than that, we have not met for either of my boards. The museum will be meeting later this month, but we haven't met yet.
Councilwoman Ivy, we approved last time 2 reappointments to the Whitaker. I believe there's 1 spot to fill. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
We can have a quorum. We can still function there.
Yeah, you have 6
The
or 7
Landmarks
there,
is
so
really struggling.
I have a name or 2, but I was also waiting for Lisa to possibly get me a name or 2 as well.
Okay.
So
Great.
okay. Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
All right. It's my report. Other than the landmarks, we're close to getting fully staffed again, and I'll have a couple at the end of my report on the trails. But Mayor's report tonight, I sent you all while I was in the middle of Brent and I were in the middle of the bi-weekly Davis meeting with the Davis County Health yesterday, that they have open appointments for people over 70 years old for the vaccination there at the fairgrounds in February. And I included that number as well too. I also, asked Jennifer to get it out on her website and the chief if he wanted to on his website. So that is available for if you know people over 70 to get that vaccination.
I actually, Mayor, if I can interrupt, I got your email and sent it to, or sent an email to someone who had been complaining, who called and got one for his mother yesterday, just minutes after you sent that out. So thank you.
You betcha. You betcha. The next thing is there was a COG meeting since our last council. I should inform you that got through the minute stuff. Coming in 2022 and 2023 is a potential big baseball tournament throughout the county at all our facilities. That's Jessica Merrill with the Davis Tourism that presented that. The paramedic discussion took place. Shane Pace led that. I think Brant's told you about that in the past, where we were consolidating paramedic services. Of course, we have our own district down here. It doesn't affect us as great as it does in the northern parts of the county. What else do we have here? I'm not going to touch on all of them, but there's been an amended outdoor advertising amendment bill, the Senate Bill 61. We're still in the LPC meeting yesterday with 3 of us from our city that are voting members. We're still opposing that. I won't get on any others unless Bill or Brant wants to address any others, or you guys have any questions on any others.
There had been, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
There had been a comment about doing a resolution opposing some of those and forwarding it to the legislature, and that it might have more power than individual letters. I think that might be worthwhile, and I don't know what else you're going to comment on, but for Pete's sake, except the ADU issue also rises to that level in my mind.
That's House Bill 82. You know, one thing that they're really encouraging us strongly on with the COVID and the situation as well too. Councilman Ince, yeah, we could do a resolution and put it out there, but they're also strongly encouraging us to contact our representatives and our senators, not only as mayor and council members, but our residents as well too. That and we got them here in January, and you know, they gave us their numbers, so that's one way as well too. I'm not against it. I'm not opposed to doing a resolution as well too, if that's what you want to do. Unfortunately, we don't have one for tonight, and the next time we meet in 2 weeks, and I'm not sure the status of where all these will be. I mean, like I said, there was a amended Senate Bill 61 on the outdoor advertising,
right,
which we were still opposed to. So
I'm not opposed to mayor having a special meeting if we're going to do some resolution, but that's important enough, I think, to most of the council that if we had that authored up, I would be willing to meet with the other council members to get that done prior to our regularly scheduled meeting.
I'd agree with that.
Too either. Are we? Is it just Senate Bill 61, or was it House Bill 82 as well, or where are we at?
I think it's at least those two, and I guess I would suggest that if we're going to try and do that, everyone should look through the list, and if there's something they'd like on there, submit it, and then we ought to try and do one meeting and come to a meeting of the minds and pass a resolution. And if you know, if next Tuesday night works for people, I'll make myself available.
I'll tell you the one I'll really hate. I'll bring up one more, is that House Bill 98 from Representative Ray, that's taking power out of the local cities, and I don't know a city that likes it, you know, and doing inspections and that sort of thing and taking it to a state level. I mean, that one's really hated by the by all the cities and towns.
Well, and I think Corey has done a pretty good job, and we get our inspections done on time. I can see if people are taking long periods of time to do their inspections, so then maybe they have to have a trigger that causes it. But I agree.
Yeah. So if you want to do that type of thing, when I say that type of thing, have a special meeting to put together something regarding those bills, and I'm fine with it as well too.
Mayor, if I could interject, this was part of my report as well. The resolution I think can be done. I worry that it might be premature on some of these items because they have first substitute, second substitute. I think as the LPC, you know, we're seeing these substitutes come, so we might oppose the original form or current form of the bill, but the second substitute might actually be something we support. And so I wonder if, again, as the LPC, we just continue to lobby, and two things I'm proposing, and I just sent you 2 emails: a legislative recap of the day so you're aware, as well as an urgent action or a call to action. So if you have a relationship with any of these legislatures, that I think right now is the time to act when they're still in committee. And, you know, Councilmember McEwen, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes you can kill it in committee. And that's where the phone calls really become effective. But when we get towards the end of the session, or it's being looked at on the floor, I think that's where we make a strong statement with a resolution. That's just my proposal. We just, initially, we need to be nimble, but I'm open. That's my thought.
And we've seen a substitute amendment on Senate Bill 61 already.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the key to the legislative session is staying nimble, like you said. Things
But once it gets to the
change and move
floor,
quickly.
I think we do need to have those meetings. If this, in my notes, we have, you know, House Bill 98, we learned in LPC yesterday, cannot pass in its current form. They are working with the league to say, hey, look, we need more data. So again, I think that we just continue to call. All the representatives ask, just make sure in your subject line that you're a constituent, what the item's about so it doesn't get passed over, but they are reading those. And that's what they stress in LPC, are those emails as well.
So I guess I would ask, as far as staying nimble goes, I mean, Zoom makes it easier for us to just with less notice and, you know, dealing with whatever we're dealing with, not having to get somewhere physically, having a short meeting. And so if we could just refresh our memory on noticing requirements for something that isn't a public hearing, but just for us to discuss something like a resolution, how nimble can we be?
So yeah, that's a great question. So right now I'm looking at Senate Bill 61 legislative action alert that was sent yesterday. It just says the labor committee tomorrow afternoon. So it didn't really give us much notice because the labor committee was meeting on it the next day. But yeah, again, I think that's something just to watch, but I'll make sure I'll forward these on to the entire council, mayor and councilmember Ince, if you're okay with that, just so they're aware of the legislative.
That's fine. I
recap.
just wanted to talk about the issue, and
yeah,
I think, Tammy, the requirement is 24 hours notice. So if we were to want to meet Thursday, Lisa would have to have a notice out tomorrow, which makes it more difficult, and maybe just responding to the emails that Branda's going to send is the preferable way.
Yeah, my point is with that 24-hour notice, we can wait until we see what version is actually going to head to the floor, and just stay on top of it that way. And then maybe if we want to talk for a minute just about what process we would have as a council. I mean, just the same that we've been doing. Someone throws an email out saying, hey, this is the latest. And, you know, does someone agree with me do we just need a kind of a motion and a second via email to then trigger that process of setting up a meeting?
I think that'd be great.
I think that's good for me. Do you have any thoughts, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think things happen so quickly up on the Hill that it's best, as Brant has said, just to contact the legislators directly. And I think that's what the league is recommending. But if you want to have your own resolution, yeah, then 24 hours notice. And I think that what Tammy's outlined is good. It's just hard to keep up, and it's constantly moving, and, you know, to get a resolution and then get it signed and get it in PDF and then get it over to the legislators.
Well, and what we can do in the meantime is that personal lobbying, stating, you know, the version that I see now is problematic because da 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 da, and then often that helps lead and guide the amendment or the substitute as well.
Yeah, and there's often talking points, and I really agree with what Brant said about trying to, you know, get your comments in when it's at committee too, because I think that's a really good way to do it. You know, and sometimes we've even testified. I think I went and testified at a committee meeting on some election changes. So that's a really good way to get your input in a time.
I've had to testify a few times as well. Yeah.
Me too.
They don't want to hear from everybody, and you know, so the league kind of picks a few people that have specific examples. But I think it's great that you want to be involved. I'd say yes, stay on top of these, stay involved.
Okay. Next thing, I have two things left is I should update you on the mobile home park situation. Let me put it this way. We are so fortunate as a mayor and a council to live in a community like we do. I don't want to name any other cities that you've looked at over the years that have the type of things happen where you wouldn't get community support. There's stories of community support and help down there that are just incredible. Of the people that they're just coming out and helping, and the things that have taken place has been pretty amazing. There was a move out date set above February 4th. That was this Thursday. They are giving them through the weekend. With that said, I talk regularly with the LDS bishop over in that area, and also one of the residents, and they have they had 4 people left. 2 they were going to be moving tomorrow, but they do have 4 people that are trying to 5 people that are trying to sell their trailer still, and are concerned that they don't have them sold, and so they're looking for temporary places to put those trailers until they get them sold. And nobody's found a solution yet for that, but like I said, they were down to just 4 people that was there, and I can relate individually to you one-on-one some of the amazing stories of people in our community that have helped. But
are there any vacant lots down in the industrial park that we could let them park on for 60 days with a proviso that at the end of 60 days, if they're not gone, they're going to be dismantled?
I don't know. You're talking privately owned land down there, or?
Do we own any lots down there?
My concern is that I don't know if it's a matter of more time or just sellability, right?
I think you're absolutely right, and
yeah, and so then it just transfers the challenge and the emotional challenge to us.
That you're right, but it was a question I felt I should ask.
Yeah, and then they'd have to pay to move it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are the ones that are left for sale are in 74, so that's a pre-76, and 2 1988s and the 1978 and 1980 and 84. Newer ones were all sold and moved. So
do you know how many were sold and moved, Mayor? Just out of curiosity.
I don't have a total for you on that.
Okay.
No. So last thing is two appointments for Trails Committee, or two that I'd like to put forward to you. Eric Johnson and Sheree Phelps. I didn't send them out to you till today because I was waiting to get it as a courtesy to tell, so you can see a little bit about them. I was waiting to get one that I had to scan in. They're both very, very, very excited. Love the outdoors, love the trails. As I told you in the email, they're runners. One has been up there with their family cleaning up dog doo-doo and other garbage, and they're both really excited. We're down because 2 of our trails committee members moved, so we're down 3 there, and I'll have another one I'm interviewing next week. But Eric Johnson and Sheree Phelps that I'm proposing for the Trails Committee.
I would motion that we give advice and consent to the appointees the mayor has recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much. Any other questions for me? I know I probably did that quick, and but please, anytime, call me or email me, and I'll try and get out to what anything that I can to you at any time. So, Brett, your turn. City Manager's report.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll continue. First item, as I'll just continue a little bit with LPC, just give you an update on some bills we did here yesterday. There is a House Bill 273 from Representative Peterson. This is in regards to ADUs. This bill is even less regulation in what we can do to ADUs. We can't regulate the size of the internal ADU, the frontage, the lot size, the parking. It strips a lot of local authority, and that is a new bill that has been introduced. House Bill 98 I shared cannot pass. There is another billboard sign that creates more handcuffs on land use regulation. That's Senate Bill 144. And there's a few others that are kind of interesting. The notes that I had taken from House Bill 82 is in its second substitute. It's a little bit more reasonable than the original, but there's still some concerns that we're still in an oppose at the LPC level.
That's ADUs, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So with that, then I'll move over to my list. Where's my list? There's my list. So a couple items. Lee Scabland Memorial Nature Park, I believe is the official title. Bruce, we're finalizing the details on that sign. Just wanted to run this by you. If there's any concerns, then we can definitely create an agenda item or a work session discussion to introduce a little bit more detail. But the plan is to have a sign similar to that of the Reed Smith Park, right? It's got the rock pillars on the side with a sign in the middle. It's a very nice sign. But with that, we have also instructed Bruce to actually replace the sign at the Reed Smith Park as well with that same sign, whatever we use for the Lee Scabland Memorial Park. The cost of that sign for the Lee Scabland Park will be $7,000. That's something we don't have in the budget. It's a really nice looking sign, and I'm not in my office right now where I'd show you a picture of it. I'll send an email to all of you tomorrow and share with you what the proposed look of that sign will be. Are there any concerns or thoughts about that? Would you like to see it at a work session, or are we okay proceeding? Okay. Again,
I'd like to see the sign, but I would say probably okay proceeding.
Okay, yeah, I'll send an email tomorrow with a picture of the proposed sign. And like I said, we'll more likely we'll use that same sign, leave the rock pillars for Reed Smith Park, and replace that sign. I think Ken's sign is definitely held up pretty well. Appreciate him coming over and repairing it when there are any issues, but we do need a more permanent solution and in that place. So
I'm in agreement with Bill. I think we can proceed.
Great. Thank you. So that will require a budget. Uh-oh, Lisa's popped on, so I did or said something wrong. I know, I guess I did ask for permission and I didn't. So this is not an official motion to proceed. I'm telling you as staff what I'm doing, I guess.
That's awesome.
Procedurally, it's late, but I did want to say that I wasn't familiar with that name. So I looked up because we did adopt a resolution. We wanted to be more specific in naming our parks. And so we adopted a resolution. So we'll just have to double check that because it indicated in the staff report that it was the Lee Scabland Wildlands Park.
Okay.
But I like what you said, which was the Lee Scabland Memorial Nature Park. So
right. So I've received conflicting. So if that is the case, Lisa, we might have to bring it back. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you can just amend the resolution,
Okay.
or I can prepare another resolution with the name, but I just wasn't familiar with that name. So
Just doing the
What are we
character
calling
count. It should be the same size sign, right?
Yeah, we'll need to know what we're calling it one day, though. So I'll bring it back.
yeah, I kind of like the new one because it's not a lot of wildlands, but so I like the nature park.
Okay. Not sure where I heard that. I think Bruce might have shared that with me. I think we were both kind of struggling to figure out the name. Nonetheless. All right. Great. Thanks, Lisa, for popping on and keeping me in line.
Talking about naming things, I had forwarded an email forwarded to me by a resident about Randy Randall and naming something. I'd appreciate it if you put that on the schedule sometime in the relatively near future.
Okay, sure. Would you like it to be a work session or a city council?
I'm ambivalent on that. I think we ought to come up with something, and maybe you and the mayor come up with something and make a suggestion if you want. You could just ask a couple of council people to do it, anything. I don't think it needs to take a ton of time. I think we come up with something and go from there.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Next one is again, I'm bringing this information to you just because it's more of a timing issue. It's one of our favorite topics that we've discussed in the past, and that is the green waste cleanup, our spring cleanup.
Oh, joy.
So I'm going to present a proposal. I think Cameron has spent quite a bit of time on this, and I have quite a bit of data that I can share. But I really appreciate Cameron has put together and has been very thoughtful in putting this together, recognizing our discussions in the past. We met last week to kind of vet out some of the ideas we've discussed. So the proposal is to hold the spring cleanup actually at the community park. We saw from the windstorm that we can be pretty effective at holding the green waste there with an in and out. Smoot Park was a challenge. Island View Park is no longer an option. So we believe community park can be a great location for that. Baseball starts, if we have baseball this year, April 12th. So the proposal is to have the spring cleanup from April 3rd to April 10th. And again, we haven't figured out, really set on the times. I wanted to get your thoughts on what you felt the times were and how that worked last year. I think it worked out pretty well. Keeping it open a little bit later, things like that.
I think we need something on the south side.
Say again?
I think we need something on the south side.
Yep.
So having 2 locations for the spring
We
cleanup?
actually have more people on the south side that use it than the north side.
And yeah, and more fruit trees and things.
Well, one of our challenges, of course, was even with this windstorm is the challenge is finding that location on the south side that can accommodate what we're trying to accomplish. And as an emergency management team, that's actually one of the struggles we're trying to figure out in preparation for the next windstorm that's inevitable, right? Is how do we find that? Because we did send some of our equipment down to Bountiful because we had a lot of residents going to the Bountiful City to drop off their windstorm.
Brad, can I add one thing that FEMA told us about that, if we want to use a location in the future, we have to make sure it's on public property for us to be able to claim any of the labor that's on it.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind.
Yes, to be what, Jake? Public property?
Public property. Yeah, so we can't
property.
use church parking lots. We can't claim anything that happened inside of a church parking lot.
And with the last windstorm, when I was calling all this on the south side, that's what we were able to find when I was calling all the stake presidents, the LDS stake presidents.
Yeah, I think in a pinch that worked, but in the future, if we can figure out, like Brad's saying, if we can figure out a public place to do it, then we'll be able to claim it. Just say that's just money, but yeah.
So I don't, if this is going to go, one of the thoughts is bringing up in this forum is just if there are any concerns, then we do need to make this an agenda and discuss it at the next work session, which I'm not opposed to. Say again, Councilor Meekum.
In front of everybody's house again, then we can't find anywhere else. We'll just have to have them out front. Sorry. What do you think, Stephanie?
Well, I think we talked about this when they wanted to design Island View Park, and we said, but what about the green waste and what about the windstorm? And
Now we're gonna have to go back and just let everybody put it in front of their house.
Is this where I can turn off my camera and check out?
Yeah, you brought open a can of worms with this one, Brett.
Hey, Brett, for consideration on the south side, and this may also apply, wrapping in Jake's comments and the issue that we really do need one on the south side, because I don't want to be dodging branches on Main Street and all the unsecured loads of people trying to get it up to the community park. That would be, could we consider closing a section of a public street and using that?
Sure. Another consideration, since we're getting really into a discussion, we're going to miss potentially a deadline to get this on the February newsletter. But I do propose that we, on the 16th, we actually have a discussion. I think those are good points. I will say that Cameron and I did, again, I know this isn't a fan favorite, but again, the allowing them to take it directly to Bountiful, Cameron's done a great job reaching out to them and allowing them to take it directly to Bountiful. They just prove they're a Centerville City resident, and we have an open tab and we pay the bill. I know it's, again, we can do a hybrid where we have community park and that as well. We're not opposed to that.
Like a lot of money for us to pay when it's, I mean, $5 isn't going to break somebody, but if we add all of those together, And then you're gonna have contractors sneaking in on it.
So I will share that Cameron did do some crunch some numbers for us, and he said in 2019, Diamond Tree hauled away 14 loads or 1,190 cubic yards, and they charged us $3,500. That gives you an idea of how many trees were, or actually green waste was dropped off. 1,190 cubic yards. So we're not talking about a ton.
That was the spring cleanup.
That was a spring cleanup in 19. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to make an agenda item for February 16th for us to discuss. I really like this input. Thank you. That really gives us some really good direction. Well, Cameron and I will meet and discuss this in greater detail and come with another proposal.
Is there any space available? Does the city own anything in the south?
That was our challenge. We had to work with churches, meeting houses to.
Well, I know that for the windstorm, but we don't own anything down there, do we?
No, even Porter Walton Park, we don't own that land, and that would be almost seems like the south is most south we can go. So this is the struggle that, as again, emergency management team, I think it's imperative that we identify a location that we may even need to purchase if there is anything that we could purchase for maybe a future park, but also could be a location to drop off tree limbs or waste in the future.
There's a well at the top of Parish Lane.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some kind of a storage yard immediately to the north of it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ours?
Good question.
Are you talking about the reservoir?
Well, I'm sorry, I said a well, the reservoir.
Reservoir,
immediately to the north of it, there's some kind of a storage yard that's got construction type stuff in it. Is that ours?
It's up by the tank.
Looks like it might be Dual Creeks.
The tank, but I think it's Dual Creeks.
It's Dual Creeks. I have the county map up.
With all of the, pardon my French, with all of the little issues that we've had with Dual Creek, maybe we could impose upon them to let us make that a depository for a couple of weeks. I'm just trying to think of things.
Sure, and I think this would be so. Continue to think about things for our meeting in 2 weeks, and then we'll.
I happen to very much agree with Stephanie and Robin that I would really like to see it back in our front yards, but you guys have kind of convinced me that that's just really probably not possible. So I'm diehard, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I will share with you. Let's see if I can pull it up quickly. I'm not gonna be able to pull it up quickly. Cameron did do again some research to. It's not pulling up. Neighboring cities, Farmington is still doing curbside, but your other cities have abandoned it and are no longer doing curbside. Farmington's the only one that's still doing curbside.
That will be worth the discussion as to why they still can on the future agenda.
Well, maybe they won't, because I just announced it. Maybe the EPA is watching this right now and they're going to go after Farmington.
In which case they'll be putting it. In which
They've
case,
been flying under the radar
will
until now.
Put a hit out on you.
Yeah, right. All right, and then the last item I have is paramedic services. February 16th, I've invited the Chief Stone to come and discuss the paramedic services, help you understand the complexities that exist there, and the possible property tax increase that the South Davis may be imposing in the next potentially 3 to 4 years, based on our recent conversation. But
I've been testing them out quite a bit lately, so I can tell you how they're doing.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I've been testing them paramedics out quite a bit lately, so I can give you a report on them.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome.
Well,
Yeah.
based on that report at COG, we get better paramedic services down here than some parts of the county.
Oh, they've been amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that's all I have unless there's any questions for me.
Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you.
Thank you.